Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another fabulous Tuesday. I guess we need to be doing this on a Friday, so I can say fabulous Friday. We're here. We're going to play a little game called Flesh and Blood TCG. Steven's going to mic up, which will be great. This is a game from a publisher. If you haven't been watching our coverage of this game, they're called Legend Story Studios out of New Zealand. And they sent us some starters and some product earlier in the year, and we checked it out on stream. And then the past 2 or 3 weeks, we've been streaming it every week. And there's something about that experience.
You can feel the excitement in the air.
When you start playing a game and you start and you're just trying to execute it and understand the basics of what it's templating and how it works and whatnot. But then there are various moments throughout where you cross thresholds of understanding. And I feel like we were doing a lot of sealed up front. That was the first few videos. And one of those I remember distinctly, we kind of looked at each other and it was like that moment where we both knew we were competing on a new level. And then last week, for the first time, we played Constructed. And so there's a standard Constructed format. We're playing Blitz, which is kind of like a one step in between Sealed and full Constructed. Smaller decks, smaller starting health, a little quicker, not as full on Constructed. And I definitely feel like going into that, after deck building, I was on a different level. Playing and then adjusting our decks, which is what we did last time, I got to a different level. And then building decks this weekend online, I feel like I'm definitely seeing this game.
Did you get there?
Just a little bit differently. You're starting to understand it a little
Thank
more.
goodness for Blitz, honestly, for me. If I jumped right into the 80 card Constructed, it would have been too much. This is exactly what I need right here.
Yeah.
Blitz, 40 cards. Don't even worry about the sideboard. Get your equipment out and let's go.
So if you were watching last week, Steve and I both built decks around some of our favorite heroes. I chose a guy named Bravo. Steven's playing Azalea. And then at the end of the stream, we adjusted our decks. And so we're going to play with those first.
I promptly forgot why I did everything that I did.
Yeah, you were trying to spread it out and look at the beginning before we started.
I'm hoping it'll just come naturally to me.
You just draw 4 cards. And
like
you do
it
your
never
thing.
does.
But we're going to play a game or two like this, and then we're probably going to go into another deck building session. I'm very much looking to build my Kano. He's like the fire wizard deck. He's everyone always says he seems good, but no one's figured out how to play him.
It's a perfect project for you.
I can't tell you how
You're
excited I am.
It's great
fire
stuff.
wizard. People undervaluing this character. Let's roll.
Let's go. That's what I'm into. Real quick, I believe that it's Eric French, which might be a clever way of saying Eric French. I don't know. But really funny comment. My threshold is remembering to put my pitch at the bottom of my deck every turn. I feel that. I feel that deep down in here. We also did some on-the-fly adjustments to the cameras this morning, trying to get some better quality and particularly a better table shot. If we're too bright or anything like that, let me know, and we'll adjust accordingly. I do have a white shirt on, so account for that.
Me too.
Eric French is your real name. Okay, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Made sense. So I think what I wanted to do, Zach wanted to dive right into deck building. I wanted to just take these decks for a spin, get back in the spirit of Flesh and Blood, and then we'll go to the...
I feel like after last week, you made more significant changes to your deck, which is probably why you were like, hey, I want to just try this deck real quick. Because I changed a couple cards, but I was relatively happy with what was happening. I just need more
You mean
reps.
winning?
Barely, but yes, winning is fun. So yeah, we're gonna dive in. And if you're new, I saw some people saying they hadn't heard about this game. They heard about it from our champion stream yesterday. We mentioned it. We'll do our best to basically walk through the basics of what's going on, explain it. But if you have questions, let us know. Chat's usually really interactive with people asking questions.
Great comment here from David Williford on Facebook. Said, I committed myself to playing this game, and it's amazing to watch how it's exploding in my area. The booster model, the diversity in gameplay, the interactions, the Blitz format, LSS is doing everything right. We are really on board with how they're handling this, so agree, especially with COVID as it is. It's a very difficult time for anybody in the physical space. Jared Pine is happy that I'm not wearing a shirt that's bugging out
Ben Sweeney says,
her eyes.
I'm also happy about that. Ben Sweeney says, I feel like we're going to hear about how Flesh and Blood is back in stock, followed by, and it's gone.
It will be back in stock today at some point.
Yeah. We're getting it as fast as we can.
I saw that. I think I saw the boxes roll in this morning. And then Tyler Kreider, the chain/combat chain is still a little confusing for me. Can you guys break it down? We have, not only will we break it down with text, but I've stumbled across an archaic and terrifying chart that I think will be helpful in our pursuit of this exact problem. So I'm going to be referencing that, and I believe we'll be pulling it up for everybody else to see. Once you kind of understand the way the flow chart works, then you got a pretty good idea of how it all functions. And then finally, Matt Resner, actually real quick, because we have some Marvel Champions players who are joining us for the first time here today. There's the chart. Chart's on the screen, right? So the chart's...
Does it show when we're in this mode?
I think it does. I mean, I think anytime they have the little thing on, then it's up on the screen.
So it's on your shirt right now?
Yeah, it's like kind of, I'm the chart.
Yeah, you could actually get good at like, pointing at certain things and stuff.
So you see here, I'll be like, whatever. So we're going to have some chain combat over here to the south here. So Matt Resner, a bunch of people came from Marvel Champions, maybe are watching today, seeing Flesh and Blood for the first time. So we'll throw out 2 Marvel Champions.
Dude, that comment is sick.
So Matt crunched the numbers. Spidey Protection did 63 damage. Thor did 81 damage.
Okay, so if you don't know what this means because you don't play Champions, it means that he went back and watched probably like a 2.5-hour game and counted how much each of our characters was doing. But that's really relevant. You said how many is Spidey doing?
61. No, 63 to 81.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
so
not that much
only
less.
18 less? I mean, that is, though, like you did 33% more than me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. So that's about right.
I
ran home and downtimed a bunch.
That's right. I would be curious with that Spider-Man deck how many attacks I blocked.
Because the amount of attacks you blocked is essentially also threat removal in a lot of exciting ways. So you probably removed or prevented like 60 threat.
Well, it's sort of like in sports, you'll have like, half interception or half fumble recovery because like 2 people made it happen, or half sacks kind of stuff. So like the other part is like by not letting Thor get damaged, how many more damage did that allow? Because you were able to stick on that side for turns. Anyways, that's really cool.
You're right.
I've never zoomed out of the stats like that, but I feel like protection as an aspect would, like their contribution is a lot harder to see a lot of the times.
Yeah, it's cool. That's awesome. We did beat it, Jared.
Spoiler
alert, we beat it. And we feel great now, so we're coming into this game where I expect to do... So here's the thing. So I've been thinking about this a lot. You want to talk about things we're thinking about, aside from folklore? So the thing that happens in Flesh and Blood a lot that people comment on to the positive or the negative is that you get to the end of the game, everyone's down to 2 or 1 health, and then it's just a slog until the game ends. And I started thinking, well, why is that? Why is that happening, right? And it's happening because throughout the entire course of the game, if you wanted to, you can block all the damage. Just ditch all of your cards, draw a new hand, and then don't attack.
In this game.
In this game.
Yeah.
Ditch all your cards. So the reason that you see it actually stall out at the very end is because nobody feels like they need to be ditching their whole hand until they have to. But at the point that they have to start ditching their whole hand to block, they can. And so you could literally just keep doing that back and forth, attack, ditch whole hand, attack back, ditch whole hand, for the rest of the game until somebody runs out of deck, etc. And the reason that happens, I think, because we're not good enough. So that's like, it's nice that for new players like us, that you get a sense of excitement at the end of the game like that. But what it really means is that you haven't built a deck that can do the final damage in a way that it can't be blocked. And I think every deck has to do that.
That's how we tweaked your deck.
Yes.
It was basically trying... because
I don't remember how, though.
Azalea has the give dominate to an action when she gets hit. But then you also had there was some combination of things where like your arrow could get dominate or your arrow could get big enough that they couldn't reasonably block it.
Arrow could get like a 14 or 18 dominate with a great series.
So, and I think that's... the more you play Constructed, I expect getting down to 1 to not last as long when you have 2 players that really know what they're doing, because you're going to essentially have to build your deck with a handful of coup de grace, depending on what the character is. Bravo's nice because he can always just make his big attacks have dominate.
Yeah. I think I would be willing to say, and I haven't looked at the stats on this, I'd be willing to say every hero has a way to push through big sources of damage.
So the whole game, I mean, literally, and it's a little deceptive because it's nice because there's the direct parallel between my actions and how much damage I'm doing. But then the real game that's going on is basically deciding when and how much damage to take in order to return the volley stronger, or so like looking at your hand and understanding, hey, the best I can do is 4 damage or whatever it is, and then you literally can pitch the rest to defense.
Yep.
But understanding, sometimes it's like you could block all the damage, but taking 6 means you can do it 14, and like that's a good exchange.
That's a good exchange.
But you can only make that exchange so long as you have enough health to make the exchange.
Yeah, it's a resource, right? It's really cool. Okay, let's go. Okay. Here we go. Boom.
Andre's saying Taylor was indirectly mentioned, so I guess take a half shot. There's apparently a game going on when people watch this thing.
Nice.
Taylor Swift's new album's fantastic. Go ahead, pour one back. It is phenomenal. I've listened to it probably 8 to 10 times at this point.
It's what I've wanted.
Just on when I'm painting this
Between
weekend
her
and stuff.
and Casey Musgraves right now, I'm really
Just
in it.
crushing it.
And John Conley singing the old Common Man. It's really, I like to keep it.
You want to zoom us into the
clean.
table?
Let's go.
All right, if you're
Table
new around these parts, I'm going to show you a few things that are going on. First, let's pull up Bravo the Young. This is my hero. Each player gets to pick a hero, and you're that hero in a fight.
Grab our dice.
Yeah. And if you see on his stat card, bottom left, there's a blue icon next to a 4. That's my intellect. That's my hand size, basically. I draw that many, up to that many at the end of the turn. Bottom right, you see a green chain-looking thing with a 20 next to it. That's my starting health. And then he has an ability, action. The 2 red bubbles there are resource costs. You have to generate 2 resources and spend them to do that. Thank you for that. And then I also have his, each hero obviously has a weapon, and his is Anothos. It's his hammer. Once per turn action, you see the 3 resource symbol again, attack. He gets to do this attack. On the bottom left of this thing, you'll see a yellow icon with a spear with a 4 next to it. That's the attack value. And it says if I have 2 or more cards in my pitch with at least 3 cost or greater, it gains +2 attack, so 6. 3 cost or greater in my pitch. When you play a card, like I'm going to flip my top card, it's a yellow Tome of Faendal. How do you say that?
You say, it's the greatest word in Flesh and Blood. Fiendal?
That's how you say it. Anyways, it's yellow because it's up top. You see the yellow bar going across. But on the top left, you'll see those same little circles that are resources. And that's how many of those resources it generates when you put it into your pitch. When you put a card into your pitch, at the end of that turn, it's going to go to the bottom of your deck, along with every other card in your pitch in the order of your choice. And that's one of the key things about this game. Whatever you use to generate your resources are going to be the cards you get at the end of the game. I'll pull up another card. Let's hope there it is. Red Cartilage Crush. It only provides 1 resource, so the color is how many resources it provides. Red's 1, yellow's 2, blue's 3. But a lot of times the red one is the most effective version of that card. So it's more effective but provides less resources. So a huge part of this is balancing what you're using to generate resources to stack up a good end game versus what you're actually using to play. Because when you play them, they go to discard. They don't come back unless you have some weird effect that gets them back.
Hopefully no tutors.
Yeah, right. I have one.
Cool.
Showtime. It's my Bravo only
Oh, yeah,
card.
right. Yeah, so you've got your special thing. I need to get my release the death.
Do you not have anything? No specializations?
Knock the death.
Well, let's just,
stick or
after this,
whatever.
let's crack a couple packs and see if we get them.
Let's just keep cracking those packs.
And then this is another really cool part. You'll see over here, like the Helm of Eisen's Peak is his top card. So each character also has basically an outfit / suit of armor. It's like you're playing a game. They have a helmet, they have a chest piece, they have an arms piece, and they have a legs piece. And you get to build these at the start of the game, actually. So in Blitz, it's 40 card decks. You can run 2 of any card. You have your hero, your weapon, your armor, but you actually bring 11 pieces of like weapon plus armor, and it's your choice. And at the start of the game, you get to see your opponent's hero, and then you get to choose your weapon and your armor pieces going into that fight.
Love that. I think it's important. All right, evens for Stevens, odds for Zach.
That's right. Been on my whole life.
Hey, that's even. That's Steven.
So you're going first. We each draw 4 cards. Well, I guess you technically draw your intellect.
Common man, gotta. You know.
Sure. Got him.
like the
David
red
says,
blue
hey,
shirt,
Zach
whatever.
and Steven, I mailed the package out to y'all. USPS says it arrived yesterday. Hopefully it arrived safe. Hope y'all enjoy. I have a few things on my desk that I haven't had a chance to look at. It's been a little crazy for me, but I assume that's one of them.
Okay, so here's the weird part of this turn, right?
Turn 1 specifically?
Is that if I attack, I'm effectively giving you a mulligan.
Yeah, so one of the...
But what is a mulligan in this game? I mean, you're going to see 20 hands of 4 cards. You know, what's the worst that can happen here?
Not much.
Just start swinging?
We were swinging. So of note, too, right, there's 2 cards particularly, like Scar for Scars 1, which is it gains go again when I have less health. So, and then there's also Life for a Life red, which also does it.
That's right.
So that's just a random, I like both of those cards a lot. they tend to end up in my attacky decks, like Bravo. My deck says that I have multiple.
Now what you can do, here's what you can do. Now you can, if you use Azalea's ability to give an arrow Dominate, now Dominate on the first turn is fine, because at max you block with 1 card. Right?
Yeah, that's great. That's how you poke through some damage.
But
right?
I don't have anything to guarantee that I can hit that arrow on the top of my deck. I don't have like any opt cards. I could blow the Talismanic Lens on it, but that just doesn't seem like the right time for this. So, I really need to think about building my last hand. So I'm going to do it like that. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, I've got ideas.
All right. Okay. Jeff, there can be 2 copies of any card in your deck in the Blitz format, which I really recommend. Mutton Chop says, I can see the improvement in the lighting looks good, except on Steven's side, your leg at our card is reflecting just a bit.
Leg at our card? What does that mean? Leg at our card?
I don't know.
Thanks, good. Well, I'm glad it's working. It's working better. It's reflecting just a bit. Okay. Well, clarify for me and I'll try to fix it a little bit. Okay, so this is what I do. Play the energy potion, throw this into Arsenal.
Okay,
Move
so
on.
you get 1 action point per turn unless you gain them somehow. Energy potion blue is a generic action item. Oh, yeah, your boots.
That's fine. You can still
Oh,
talk.
it's that light right there.
Yeah.
So you played that, and then your turn's effectively over.
How about
At the
that?
end of your turn, you can also put a card into what's called your arsenal, which is behind your hero. You can do 1 card there at a time, and that can be played as though it were in your hand. And then you draw back up to 4.
My head's a little shinier than normal too, so that'll really tell you where if the lighting's too harsh. Probably is a little too harsh right now.
All right, mine. Well, this is interesting, my dude.
It's a little better. Oh, me, oh, my, oh.
Well, let's do this. You know what I mean?
Yep, I do. I'm going to close the door, too. That might have something to do with it. Jonathan from downtown.
Downtown.
Let's start sweating, man. Let's get this hot coffee and...
That's right. Let's make it an oven up in this place. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use Bravo's action. It costs me 2. Until the end of my turn, my attack action cards will cost 3 or greater gain Dominate, which means Steven can only block with a single card. And it has Go Again, which means I'll get to do another action. Normally that would be my only action, is that 1 action point. So with that, to pay for that, I'm going to put Showtime, blue Showtime on my pitch. You'll notice it's got those 3 pips in the top left. It only costs me 2, so I have 1 floating resource, which I'll mark here as my pitch with that 1 die on. And then I am going to play a into the combat chain. Let's just do this. Red Disable. It costs me 5, so this is 1, 4, 5.
It's a big swing.
Red Disable. It does 9 damage. And it says if Disable deals 4 or more damage to a hero, put a card from their arsenal on the bottom of their deck. So
Hey, now.
it's 9. It's got Dominate, so you can only block with 1 card from hand.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm basically challenging you
Consider it challenged.
because you'd have to drop a defense card and a defense reaction to basically preserve your.
Bob Dole
what you
don't
have
need
it.
this.
Stormstrong, any word on the purple Keyforge Amber? yes. Stay tuned. It'll be soon. Soonly.
Okay. So, let's pull up the weird chart, shall we? Chart.
Chart time.
So, let me pull it up for myself here too. Okay, so it's a little scary, but it's fine.
It's not that scary.
So the blue, and somebody made this. Obviously, somebody made this, but I think I found it on Facebook or something similar. So the blue dotted thing is what happens whenever this step passes priority. So what essentially happens is the turn player is the one that's you, right? So you get to take an action or you can play an instant. The first thing that you do. If you pass that opportunity to play an action or an instant, then it goes to me, and then I can play an instant or pass, and if both of those things pass, then we go to the next phase, the next chain. So you played an action which was...
I used his action.
Bravo. So you use Bravo's action. So you can use Bravo's action, and then you can play another instant, or you could potentially, you know, anything in that chain. You can keep spinning that around until you pass to me, right?
Okay.
So you can keep spinning. So you play Bravo, and then the next thing that you do is you play Disable.
Disable.
Right? So then you play Disable, so you can keep playing at that point. You can keep playing Instants at that point.
Yep.
But since you have stopped playing Instants and started staring at me, I presume that means that you're passing.
That's right.
How we've played games for our lives. So then you pass to me. Now you'll notice on the chart, there's a split here that says, like on the bottom is a combat chain. So what happens on a combat chain is Zach plays his action. I pass my instant opportunity to play an instant right here, which means now we go to the bottom layer, which makes it a combat chain because now we're in combat. That's how, and the majority of the game is in combat. So then it's me, the passive player. You see that yellow box at the top of the bottom? Passive player can now play a defense card. I can usually play any number of defense cards, but because you have Dominate, I can only play one. So after I play those defense cards, it will then go back to you on the turn player to play an attack, reaction, or instant, and you can spin those as long as you want. Once you pass, it goes to me, then I can either pass or play on those defense reactions. Then once we both pass, we resolve the top layer, and we go back to one.
Noted.
So it's more or less how you would expect it to work, just a little bit more formal, and if we ever have questions, particularly with Kano, we can always consult the chart. So now I get a card to put in here, standard.
Some questions coming through. Let me answer this real quick. Aiden saying, I'm looking to get more cosmic boards for champions, but I want to wait for the Spider-Man one, but I can't wait forever. Any idea when they will release? It's going to be a minute.
It'll be month-ish.
We're at least in the weeks, if not month range. So it'll be a little bit.
Okay, so I am going to use in my defense step, I'm going to play Headshot, and that's going to be my defense card for the turn. So now we go to the turn player, which is you. You have attack reactions and or instants that you can play.
I got nothing.
You're going to pass to me. So we follow a little dotted blue line. So it goes in the bottom right there.
Just for clarity, too, you have a red headshot. You'll notice on the bottom right there, it's got a gray shield with a 3. And that's the defense value of that card. And so any card can be played as a defense card like that from hand. Dominate means you can only play one of them, unless it's a defense reaction, in which case you might get to see that in a minute.
You're right. Now we go, because you passed, we follow the blue line down, the little crisscrossy blue line, and it says passive player on pass, defense reaction / instant. So at this point, I can either pass and we'll move on, or I can play a card at this step. If I play a card, I go up the red arrow, and then I can just keep playing defense reactions as long as I want. So I'm going to take advantage of that, and I'm going to play a defense reaction. It's going to be called Sink Below. It's red Sink Below. That's another 4 defense card. And then I'm going to pass priority back to you, and then I pass, and now you can play another attack, reaction, or instant as you like. If you pass, then it comes back to me. If I pass, then we resolve the top layer.
I'll pass.
All right, so now we resolve the top layer. So Sink Below resolves and becomes a defense card. It also says you may put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck if you do draw a card. I'm going to take advantage of that.
Seems good.
Put a good one for later on the bottom and draw a fresh card. Ooh, this is so hilariously good. And then we will go, the turn player now can do attack reactions, instants, etc.
Pass.
Right? So that all passes, passes, passes. Everything's resolved. So now we go ahead and do the damage. So 9 minus 7, because I have all those shields, I'll take 2. You don't get your stupid trigger.
But I did get you to use a lot of cards.
That's right. So these
Which is
cards
the balance,
are
right?
the discard pile. And it's back over to me.
All right, cool. Cool.
And I've got choices to make here.
Excellent.
He's got so many choices. Okay. Here are my choices. You ready for this? So
I'm ready.
1, 2, 3. So,
Joe, that attack did have Dominate, but he played 1 as a defense reaction, so that's not counted as playing it as a defense from hand.
you're so right. So I'm going to start it off by playing a Foresight action card. It's a red Foresight. It's going to cost me 1. So I play the card, and then I generate the resources. I hate to do this. Believe me, I hate to do this, but I'm going to burn a blue time snap potion. It's going to come back in later on, right? It's going to come back in. So I've got 2 resources there on it. So it says if it was played from my arsenal, I opt to. My next attack gets +3, and I get to go again.
Seems good.
So let's opt into...
Brian Roper saying that's not correct. Playing defense reactions from hand is still playing a card from hand. You can play the defense reaction from your arsenal.
You can't, huh? I thought that's how you got around Dominate.
You can play it from your arsenal because it's not in your hand. That's
okay.
how you get around Dominate.
That's fair then.
So then,
what do you want to do? Reversey?
not much has changed for me. I literally was out of hand.
What do you have to hit by, 5 or something?
4.
Well,
That's the thing that gets screwed up.
That changes everything. Okay. Restart?
I'm okay. So do either?
Hold on. Let me get my hand back.
Because then technically this is here.
This is there. This isn't here yet. That was from Sink Below. And then I played the energy potion and put this in. I should have 1 additional card. It should be this that I put on the bottom from Sink Below. Okay. That makes sense. And then I can defend if I want to. Okay.
Andrew says, hey guys, we had a launch event this past weekend in Colorado Springs. 27 players, socially distanced.
Boom.
Great buzz on the game. Thank you again for your efforts to help get the word out on Flesh and Blood. That's fantastic to hear. That's exciting.
That's what we're looking for.
How did that movement start? Like, who found out about it? I'm always really fascinated by how that chain of events occurs.
So then I'll just do the same thing. I'll just use the Sink Below.
For the 4?
Put this on the bottom. This guy on the bottom. Yeah.
Man, Bravo Disable is wonks tenants.
Up here, and then this goes where?
Bottom of your deck.
And then I take... How much did I take? 5?
Yeah, if you're blocked for 4, right?
Yeah, so I take
so
3
5
more.
straight up.
Okay. So now we're back.
Joe says, wow, I just found the release notes section on the Flesh and Blood website. What a nice resource. Yeah, they're doing some really great work, for sure.
Okay.
I drew a really interesting hand, to say the least.
Okay, well then let's do this instead. We'll do a Time Snap Potion as the action, and then throw this into Arsenal.
I feel like you're going to go, this is exactly what you're talking about, is building to some like Wonk's Town.
Some
3 actions,
some
tons of money.
destruction.
Meantime, you're letting me run rampant.
Yeah. Great, Andrew. That's great. Love to hear that. Petrie's is awesome. I don't know. I don't think it was at Petrie's. I think somebody else had talked about it. We had a great time at Petrie's. We went for a Netrunner event. It was great. I'm gonna get up in your space.
That's fine. Let's just do this. I'm going to use Bravo's action. No, I'm not. That doesn't matter. I see.
I see. Yeah, you got to decide. I mean, that's the thing is now it's actually about playing this game well.
Yeah.
You got to actually decide when to make your moves.
Let's do this. This feels like it's appropriate. I am just going to use a Nothos here as my action, using a Disable Yellow and a Debilitate Red to pay for it. I have 2 or more cards that cost 3 or greater in my pitch, so it gets +2. And hand me a red or something.
6 damage attack coming in.
So you got a 6 damage attack coming in.
Okay, a 6 damage attack coming in. So the cards that I want to play,
in fact,
are plentiful.
This is important to see. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the attack. I'm going to generate 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 1 left over. But I'm basically wanting to get an extra card on the bottom.
The old pitch strategy.
That's right.
Okay, so if I block here, then I generate, here. Okay.
Nice. Andrew says, did you read this? He says, a couple of us heard about it, and then we watched your initial video, so thanks for that. And the rest is history.
And the rest, as they say. Okay, let's block for 3. And I don't have any fancy armor either. So we'll just block for 3.
Okay. Hits for 3.
I'm being too sacred with these cards.
No one cracks skulls like his son.
Da, 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 da,
And then I'm going to put this into my arsenal, and I'll draw this.
Okay. The foresight turner is really what I'm looking for. Isn't it? And that card that puts things back on top of my deck is actually getting better the more that I play.
Yeah. Well, with your ability to load from the top of deck, that seems decent.
And I don't want to, the thing is right here, I don't want to waste things. So why don't we do it like this? Why don't we do, take an action, play a searing shot. 4 damage. If it hits, you lose 1 health.
No go again.
No go again. 1 arrow. Just checking it out.
Hitting for how many? 4? I will not put any cards down.
All right,
Maybe
attack
catch my
reactions.
meaning.
I have none.
I'll also have none.
Ooh.
Take 4.
Take 4 and then lose 1. So
5.
take 5.
All right.
Okay.
These
throw
Blitz
this
games are
one
quick.
Under.
Looking over, I only have 15 left. I'm a little nervous.
You should be nervous. Get scared. Good. Okay. Here we go. Right. All right. This will be cool. Okay, I see this. Yeah, a lot of people talking. So yeah, there's less cards per pack. I think the proportion of unique cards is higher in the set. So there's more unique art and more unique actually individual cards. It feels to me like it's going to be a lot of like one-ofs, like armor and equipment and weapons and that kind of thing.
Well, and they're specifically said they were the cards that you only need 1 of compared to the cards you need 2 or 3 of. There's less in the print cycle. So they might both be rares, but if you basically open 4 boxes, stuff you only need 1 of, you might only get 1 or 2 of, versus the other stuff you would get 3 or 4 of.
Basically, it keeps it even.
Yeah,
and it's not designed for limited either. I do know that it's like a supplementary set with all of like the goods that really take these classes and make them unique and interesting and diverse.
That's what I was getting. The important part of that is like right now we have 8 different heroes that are 8 different classes, and so in the first set it was for the first 4 classes. The second set's the next 4. Which is really good for limited play because essentially when you open 6 booster packs, you can divide your stacks into like stacks of those 4 different groups.
Stacks on stacks.
But the third set actually has all 8 in it. So it's literally trying to give you a bunch more cards for each of those 8 to obviously make deck building and construction a lot more interesting. And so it's really not huge on as a sealed set. Okay.
And also most packs, I think Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh are both like 10 cards for $4 or whatever. So it's kind of like I feel like I was getting a better deal in the first 2 sets, but I'm not getting necessarily a bad deal in Crucible.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll see. We don't know what's in the set, so once we get previews and stuff, it might make a difference.
You drew back up?
Yes.
I feel like you're about to unload on me. Do you ever feel that way?
Are you gonna attack me or what?
Mm-hmm. No staff. I just feel like this is the right call. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do it. I'm going to generate 2 for
Play the card first, please. Excuse me.
Bravo's action. Pays 2. That's right. Next, I'm going to play from Arsenal my other red disable for 5. So 3, 4, 5.
No dominate?
I have that. I use his ability. So it's 2 and then 5.
Okay.
So it's 9 coming at you with dominate, and it gets rid of your arsenal. That's one of my best cards in my deck, and also particularly against you.
Yeah, it's real good. I'm not gonna lie, yeah. Let's see if there's anything that would matter here. Nope. So, do I block or not?
currently splashing. I mean, I totally understand the concern. He says, I understand there are more unique cards and less commons per pack. The part that worries me is that you're giving physically less product for the same price. The recognition for me is like, when I'm playing a CCG after that first box, the common slots really aren't important. That's not really what I'm looking for. That's a matter of just having enough cards to like deck build with. So we'll see. I mean, I'm going to open, I think I signed up for 3 box subs so I could get 3 of that. We have a exclusive alt art foil promo, Scar for a Scar, that you get 1 of with every box through a subscription. We'll pop that up if we can. And then, so I hit 3 because I wanted 3 of that as well. And I'll open them. We'll probably do it on camera, and we'll see how much value we feel like is actually there.
Okay, block with a 3. And then I don't have any actions, reactions, etc.
All right, a casual 6.
Yep.
And technically your arsenal goes to the bottom.
To the bottom. Disabled. Okay, well, so this is no longer the turn to do this.
Nick Murphy's saying this is a really common thing to see in collectible games, having smaller side sets.
Okay, so if we do 1, 2, it could be 1. Okay. Well, we might give it a shot. I don't know, I'm feeling wild. Okay, we'll start with yellow, take aim. Cost me 0, the next attack is +2, and then I get to reload.
Nice.
So that'll be floating there. Leave that. I'm gonna reload here. Then Then I'll play from the arsenal Ye Old Sikkim Shot. We'll ditch this energy potion to generate 2 resources. And so one of them is there.
Nice.
And so you've got a 5 damage attack coming in with Go Again.
Come on now. Oh boy. I won't put any cards in.
Okay, no reactions.
All right, I'll take a reaction. Yellow Sink Below. 0 cost, it's a 3 defense, and it says I can put a card from my hand on the bottom of my deck. So I'll put this under. And it lets me draw a card. Wait,
right.
I assume it's resolving. We're
Yeah.
fine with that. Okay.
And then you take 2.
Yep. Down to 13.
Okay.
These are gonna go so quick when we're like just rolling.
I'm gonna see what happens here. You know, I don't know.
It's a time for choosing.
All right, so let's throw Azalea, put something from hand. So that'll clear this chain out. So Ridge Rider Shot goes in face up. I can opt to 1. Take a look at what's going on there.
And it gets Dominate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Jordan, what do you guys do with all the commons you stack up with a CCG? Make a quilt or something? I usually keep, you know, depends on the card, but like 2 play sets, and then if I really like the card, 3 or 4. And then I either give the rest away. Like when we're doing Draft and Seal for Destiny, after I get a Saga set, so I get all the commons I need. I just literally keep the rare and any uncommons I really wanted, and any rares I don't want, and any uncommons I don't want, any commons I don't want, you just give to the newest player there.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, all right. That would be nice, but it did not happen. So then we'll throw just the Ridge Rider Shot in at you for 4.
Let's use a Crush Confidence to block. It's a red Crush Confidence block for 3.
All right, take 1. Pass, pass, pass.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, Roo. Mine?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to play red, Scar for a Scar. I have more life than you, so it's not going to gain go again, but it's a 4 damage attack that costs me nothing.
Okay. No defense cards, attack reactions? None? All right, let's throw Sink Below in there.
Classic. Red Sink Below.
Classic red Sink Below. You heard it here first. And then we'll go here.
This is hilarious. Nick Murphy, just got an Arkham Horror thanks to you guys. You're 2 for 2 with Flesh and Blood and Arkham. LOL. Then Eric French says, I feel you, Nick Murphy. Discovering TC means you're going to be buying into 3 expandable games all at once. I don't feel bad. These are great games by good publishers. So
Great
like
games.
it's worth playing.
All right, 4 blocked.
All right. Thank you, Scar for a Scar. Put this face down. Draw. Yeah. Woo! Guardian's got some heat.
Okay. Now we gotta think about things. Okay. All right, we can do this. Let's do Hamstring Shot with Azalea's ability. So red hamstring is going under.
With a bow, you mean?
Yeah, with Death Dealer. And so I'm gonna do a yellow Searing Shot to generate 2 resources. So 1 goes there, and then we'll do 1 shooting.
Lock, load, fire.
Red hamstring shot at you. If it hits, your next thing is +1 cost to play.
Well, now
It's 5 damage.
you don't say. I will not put any defensive cards down.
All right. Reactions.
You're first.
None.
Let's go from Arsenal. I'm going to pay 2 for a blue
Boom.
staunch response. Let's see how I want to do that. I'll use my unmovable blue 1.
All right. It resolves. And then I'll throw this into the arsenal. We'll roll in and draw 4.
All right, mine?
Yep.
Let's just play a blue Potion of Strength. I love that vial that looks like a flexing muscle. And then I'll put this under, and then we'll draw. It's been really interesting because I drew the big heavy-hitting stuff up front.
You did, yeah.
But like I had 2 turns in a row where it was like all attacks, like an all big attacks, and I couldn't do anything with it. And now I've got the opposite. It's like resources and damage, or resources and defense.
Okay. This is, yeah, how fascinating
You
is
ain't
this?
saying, remember you draw when you Death Dealer.
Oh.
You put a card
my
down and
gosh.
draw. That's so much better.
Oh my god. I'm playing with a handicap here. That's amazing. That's actually mind-blowingly good. Okay, I'm going to start off with an opt to destroy this thing to look at the top 2.
What's the card that did that?
Sorry, Talismanic Lens.
It's easy to just dive right in.
It is, isn't it? Okay. I'm going to do this.
Did I mention that I love the potions?
I love him too, man.
I love those potions.
I love him too.
It's just the right amount of building a board that I am after.
All right, well, I think this is right. This is a good example of what's possible here.
That's terrifying.
You know, interesting. Okay, so we're going to play Take Aim Red. Next Ranger attack action is +3. We're going to do it again.
Oh, my, my.
We're not going to reload. Then we're going to use Azalea's ability from your arsenal on the bottom of my deck.
Mm-hmm.
And then put the top card of my deck face up into my arsenal.
You got that loaded.
And it gains Dominate. When this goes in, I get to opt 1. I still know that this is here. It's a fine card.
Fine card.
And then let's launch. So we've got a 10 damage attack with Dominate.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah.
Does it do anything if it hits?
Nope.
No go again?
No go again.
This is your big play.
It's kind of just happened.
That makes me feel reassured. This was an accident. Sorry, you're
It was a
losing.
total accident.
I mean, I have plays, you know.
Don't I?
All right. Let's. I get one card from hand. That's something.
How's that feeling?
It's good. It's good. It's real good.
Card from hand, card from arsenal. Pass it around.
Let's go. I'll pass. You get first reactions.
I don't have any.
All right. First thing I'm gonna do is a red sink below.
Okay.
I assume it resolves.
Yes.
It'll resolve, and I'll put one on bottom and draw a card. This could be good.
And so then it essentially becomes a defense card at the moment it resolves.
Yeah, and then we'll
So
go.
then I can have attack reactions. I'll pass that, and then you can go.
I'll
back.
go from arsenal.
Mhm.
We'll go a yellow sink below.
Mm.
I'm really sunk.
You're so below. You take 3 the hard way.
That there. I think that's fine. Let's put. No, I'm just gonna keep this hand.
Okay.
So I'm blocking for 7.
All right. Take 3.
It was a lot of work to just take 3.
It was a lot of work for 3, yeah. And then into the arsenal, we'll go.
I should have used my helm. I got it. I'm there.
We'll go here.
Some good chats going on right now. I can't keep up with all of it, but I do enjoy that you guys are hanging out.
All right, and then I'll draw 3.
Alrighty, Roo. Mine.
Yours.
I am gonna play an energy potion.
Seen this move before.
Yep. Show enough. No. There. Draw.
That's it, eh?
Man, just the series of cards that I'm getting this game has been hilariously stacked.
Been different.
Well, I think my first like 10, I needed to shuffle better, I guess. It was like, that first turn was fantastic. It was just like the right resources. And then after that, it was like all red attacks. I did the one turn where it was just a hammer swing.
Yeah.
It's like, because that's basically the thing I could do.
Swinging, man.
But, you know.
All right, so let's do Ravenous Rabble. And I reveal this immediately. So the only thing that you wait on is anything that resolves at the, if it looks for the success of an attack, you do it at the end of the resolution. Anything that you can do now, you more or less do. So I'll go ahead and reveal that. Pitch value is 3. Uh-oh. It's only a 2 damage card here. Maybe you'll take it.
Mayhaps indeed. I mean, I'm setting up for my big turn here, right?
Mm-hmm.
I need the finishing shot right now. I only get one shot.
An opportunity.
Let's throw in my helm. I should have done it last time.
Yeah, that's fair. Totally fair. All right, 2 to 1. I don't have any reactions here.
We're good.
All right.
It gets -1 armor, and I take 1 damage. Okay.
And then, is there anything where you can get rid of cards out of your hand you don't want?
I don't think so.
there is there? You just got to be better. Draw 1. Pass it over to you.
All right.
What's up, Blind Date? Yeah, that's right. They seem to be having fun, but their characters aren't naked yet, so it's probably not the end of the game yet. It's funny, you do find the moments, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I had a big volley there with Dominate and whatnot, and now I'm sitting on garbage. It's like all the things that generate the money, but none of the stuff that I want the money for. It's a very, I would tweak a deck endlessly in this game. Endlessly.
I'm with it. Math. Let's think. 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5. 1 arsenal.
You just counted up to 11. I don't like that at all. Yeah, get that out of here, okay?
All right. I think this is the play. 6. Yeah. All right. Let's do that. You uncomfortable?
I like it. Bring it on, man. I'm waiting. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. What you can do with your turn there, Bravo?
Bravo. Let's do Potion of Strength. Ka-chunk. Action. Destroy Potion of Strength. My next attack gains +2. We'll get this big one. big poppy. Then I...
Yeah, Alex, I think that may be the way to go. The blues opened up some of the bigger combos. I think I can just push him down to yellows probably.
So then I will destroy my Goliath Gauntlet. Destroy Goliath Gauntlet. Next attack action with cost 2 or greater I play gets +2. Don't mind me. I'm gonna use Bravo's ability. Pitching a blue Stonewall Confidence. I have 1 left over. Then I'm going to play a yellow Debilitate. Pitching a Barraging Bronhite Blue, so it pays for it. It's 7 + 4. It's an 11, and if it deals 4 or more damage, your first attack is -2 damage this next round.
11, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good.
I'll pass the standard defense card step. Attack reactions go over to you. Do you have any? Any reaction?
No.
Okay. We'll start with one from Arsenal.
Yep.
Which is Fate Foreseen.
Oof.
0, and I get to opt 1. Good. It's a good card. Okay.
Michael says, if he's not been drawing from Death Dealer, no wonder he feels like he needs more resources.
Yeah, I have not been drawing from Death Dealer, and that is exactly why. And then from hand, I'll take another defense reaction, take cover, and it has reload, so I can load this here. And then I've got 4 in. It can go back to you for attack reactions if you'd like them.
Pass.
All right, so they're all in.
So
8 to 11.
Yep. Take a 3.
1, 2, 3. And then you got a recover turn here. That's the whole idea.
Oof. I like this. Hello, Bravo.
All right, so let's do a Whisper the Oracle blue.
Okay.
0 cost.
Daniel's saying, can you use your armor pieces once? So if you look at Helm of Eisen's Peak, it's got Battle Warrant. So if you defend with it, it gets a -1 armor token. So that defensive piece can be used once. But it also has an action there. I can spend a resource, destroy it, and I get +1 hand size for that next round. So they have different abilities that they can use.
Okay. So then we'll use Azalea's ability. Once per turn, put a card from my arsenal on the bottom. Top card of my deck face up from my arsenal. It gains Dominate. And then I will launch a salvo. But I want to see if it's worth it. Let's see, 5, 6. No, it's not. So I'll pay 1 to shoot the old salvage shot with Dominate. So 5 damage, Dominate, and I'll generate 3 with Take Aim. So I've got 2 remaining.
No cards in hand?
No cards in hand.
All right. I won't put any cards in.
All right. Reactions, I have none.
I will react with a blue unmovable.
Boom.
Cost me 3. It blocks for 5.
Cool. And if this hits, you put it on the bottom of the deck, but it did not.
It's unsalvaged.
It goes away. You can't salvage garbage. Actually, I guess that's kind of the entire idea of it.
I suppose so.
And then new hand coming up. Okay, cool. Very nice.
Nothing in Arsenal.
Nothing in Arsenal, no, that's right. Could be the moment. Does he have it? Ladies and gentlemen, does he have it? Good decision making here. Necessary. You got an energy potion too. You do all sorts of nonsense.
It's close.
Yeah, Nick Murphy. I don't know. The Arkham reprints are just slow.
And usually when they hit, there's not enough.
They're just not enough. That's right.
I'm going to pop my energy potion. Instant. Gain 2. I'm going to use that to fuel Bravo's ability.
Mm-hmm.
Then I'm going to play Yellow Disable.
Mm-hmm.
Cost me 3, 4, 5.
So I got to block for 6 or more?
8. What?
I need to block for 6 or more to not die?
You need to block for 6, yeah.
Because of Dominate?
Yeah.
Can't. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. I need to be drawn for that ability.
That's going to help.
I think I'll be right there. And I probably need to take some of these blues down to yellows.
Feel free.
But I don't want to get into that yet. Let's just keep testing. Usually, if you're testing and you like immediately make the tweaks,
Yeah, you got to commit to it for at
it's
least
not
like
good.
5
You got
games.
to play it a few times.
I do feel like these
Play it a
games
few
are going to get
times.
really quick.
Yeah.
Now that I'm like seeing through the light.
Yeah, Evan, I agree. Like the, it's. I guess it's surprising on the. It's a little surprising to me on the FFG front, FFG Asmodee front. I'm surprised that those aren't stocked more regularly and that the supply chains aren't more stable. But I know something they've been working on for a long time. So
I mean,
hopefully it happens.
The interesting thing about it is like, I think this is the trouble with those cooperative LCGs particularly, is that all of the previous products to a new player are as relevant as they ever are. But most new players don't necessarily just buy all of it at once when they first start playing. And so like with Arkham particularly, you get in, you buy a couple core sets, right? And then it's like you just start buying whatever cycle's available.
Mm-hmm.
But the recognition is like compared to a competitive LCG, there might be like 10 packs that I buy up front to get like specific cards. And it depends on the house you're playing or the deck you're playing or the faction you're playing or whatever it is. Even Steven?
Even Steven. It's me.
So, you know, as those lines expand, like there's not nearly as big of a problem on, like our subscriptions haven't had an issue in a long time.
Mm-hmm.
So like the supply in terms of like the initial, when it first comes out, it's the long tail where like there's more people. It's a good problem. It means that there's more people getting into a game later than when a thing is first coming out. But that's like right now is a really good time. The next box that's going to process is Innsmouth, I think is how you say it technically.
Innsmouth?
And then the pack's the same thing. So it's a new cycle. That's a great time to like hop in as a subscriber to not miss that. So you don't get further behind. But then the rest of it's just pick and choose. And there's stuff like Miskatonic where like a lot of times those cycles were printed at the same time in the same numbers. But if a pack is overwhelmingly, because like if you have a group of 3 people playing, only one person actually needs to be buying everything to get the scenarios.
Mm-hmm.
And then if there's a pack that has multiple player cards that everyone at the table wants, that pack's going to sell a lot more than the rest of the stuff. So I can imagine that's a challenge too, where it's like you don't know which pack of the 6 in a cycle is going to be like way in demand. Because Miskatonic is one I heard about that before I knew what the game was.
Well, yeah, because everybody's running charisma. But you just have to have an intimacy with your product line that I think is difficult.
Yeah.
Or it's just not a priority, I guess. And it's very difficult. Let's start with this.
I saw the sign.
It opened up my eyes.
I saw the sign.
Saw the sign. Okay, let's start with a Whisper of the Oracle to opt 2.
Tom McCall said, I crunched the numbers for you. Azalea dealt 12 damage, Bravo dealt 20.
Nice, yeah, perfect.
You're whispering.
All right.
That reminds me of that scene in 300 where he goes up to like talk to the oracles and it's super creepy. Have you seen that movie?
Yes.
He has to climb the mountain to go talk to the oracles.
It is creepy. Okay. Handy to know.
Evan says, I got a Heart of Faendal in this, my first
Woo!
Welcome to Wraith box this weekend. I never get lucky opening packs, so I was shocked.
All right, then I'm going to pass it on over.
Alrighty, Roo.
And I'll throw this into the bottom. And then I'll draw those 2 cards.
All right,
Full-blown
well,
cross wrap. Yes, I'm looking for that.
lock and load, you know what I mean?
Lock and load.
Let's use Bravo's ability. Can you hand me another die? I'm 1 shy. It cost me 2, so this has 1 left. Then I'll play a yellow debilitate, so I'll use the blue push and strength there to be able to pay for it. So it's a 7, and it has dominate, and if it does 4 more damage, your first attack is -2 next round.
7 with dominate. Okay. Standard step is defense from hand.
Yep.
And then attack reactions.
I have none.
All right. We got a defense reaction here in sink below red.
Stopped it.
Sunk. And that's gonna. You got any reactions or anything? Just assume no.
Keeping it clean.
Bottom of the deck and draw a card. Okay. Oof, very nice. Okay, this is gonna get interesting.
You smash me home,
All resolves. Smash, smash, smash.
and then I'll put this down and draw.
I need money again. That's what I'm saying. I need the cash.
Congrats, Brandon. Apparently he sold a Heart of Faendal for 469 buckaroos.
Whoa, you can buy a house with that money.
I can assure you that is not the case, unless it's a very tiny house.
Might be, you know? Okay, if you have no cards, you may put an arrow card face up, and it gets +1. Go again. Okay, it's still the money problem.
Oh, wow. I didn't know this. I don't know if this is accurate, but Nick is saying Fable cards are apparently 1 in 40 boxes.
Oh, hello. We got a lot of opening to do.
I'll be right back.
Okay, so I'm just going to go right into Arsenal.
What up, Eric? Says, all right, give us a house update. Did you close yesterday? No, but we did today. Finished that this morning. Basically, in here right before we started streaming. It was stressful, and it was like the end of the line. If it doesn't happen now, it's not happening. And pulled off a miracle. My wife's a dental hygienist, so like her schedule's very rigid, and so that was actually the biggest question mark. Thanks, Lion.
Okay, I'm just going to put this in Arsenal and pass.
Appreciate it, guys. Honestly, that's awesome. Thanks for being here.
Okay, over to you.
Well,
Don't disable me.
You were supposed to.
You put a defense reaction back there.
No. Maybe. You were supposed to.
Been caught with my pants down on that one a few
You're
times.
supposed to do something.
Myself.
That's fine. 2 can play this game.
That's
homie.
right. So you're saying you've got a defense reaction back there, eh?
Homie, don't play no games.
Quimbly, I was going to buy a house, but then Flesh and Blood came out.
That's right. Build a house out of cards.
Yeah, they did currently splashing. They did get rid of super rares. It's just Majestics.
They merged.
Mm-hmm.
Used to be 2 super rares, 4 Majestics, or vice versa. Now it's 6 Majestics in 1 box.
Makes a lot of sense to me.
Oh, boy.
A lot of sense.
Okay. Okay. You ever feel like you built a bad deck?
Yeah. Are you kidding me? Most of my life.
You mean every day?
Every day I play any game, yeah. I just played Thor yesterday, man. You kidding me?
Thunder. All right, let's...
What a balancing act this is.
I know, it's pretty crazy.
I actually understand it, which is way better than I know.
I'm just going to play an energy potion.
Oh my gosh, you're stuck with that
And draw a
dumb
card.
Arsenal.
Just hanging out. I agree currently. It says Fabled's such a cool rarity name. It is. And the fact that it truly is like that ridiculously rare, it means that when you see it across the table or when you open it, it's like an insane moment, right? It's very unique. So I think it's cool, but I'm a collectible kid. That's my old YouTube channel when I was growing up. I was a collectible kid.
You got serious play there.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I got ideas, man.
Okay.
Don't you love a good idea guy?
Idea
I'm
guy.
an idea guy. Let me tell you a secret, people.
Ideas are cheap.
Everyone's got ideas.
I got a folder of ideas, 20 pages long.
Mine are all just my brain. They're all right up here.
All right, so let's start out with ye old Searing Arrow. Searing Arrow for 4. Red Searing Arrow. Look at how beautiful that card is.
For 4.
For 4. Now we're playing.
All right.
Now we're doing a little
let's get this thing out of my.
Doing a little tap dance in here.
I'm gonna play a blue staunch response. It costs me 2.
Okay.
And it's a 5 defense. Technically, I'm not blocking. Do you have any reactions?
No, I don't.
Now I'll drop a 5 in.
All right.
How about them apples?
Let's think about this now. Now I can react if I want.
Tom's saying I can understand the rarity of the cards, but are they really worth the money in terms of the effect they have in your deck? That's what I love. They're definitely really good cards. Like if we pull up Fandale's Heart, it's a great card, but it's just a little bit better than cards that would fill a similar slot, and you only want one of them. So it makes it feel awesome to have, but also not like you can't compete at an event unless you have that card. That's just not how any of them feel.
All right, so hold on. This actually gets interesting. Okay, so if we do this, then we do this. Wow, things are going to get weird. Okay, so we generate here, then we do this, then we do that, then we do that, and then we do that. Okay, well, you know, sometimes you give it a shot, you know? Just give it a shot. So I am going to do this. I'm going to do a Razor Reflex reaction. I'm going to give myself, oh wait, no, it's not a Sword or Dagger attack, hold on. Oh yeah, perfect, this is what I need, yeah. +3, and if it hits, it gains Go Again. Action card with cost 1 or less. So I'm going to play the old Razor Reflex. I got to generate a money for that.
Hit me with your best
I'll
shot.
do that with my red Sikkim shot. It's going to be handy if we ever get to the late game. So I'm
Bravo
currently
doesn't like the late
a
game.
7 to your 5. It goes back to your defense reactions if you'd like.
Pass.
All right, everything gets passed.
Take 2.
I do have some things.
All right. Hit me with it.
I'm going to, after an attack hits,
Yep.
I'm going to destroy this to gain 2 money.
You got it.
Money, money, money.
What was the name of that card?
So this chain is happening. That is, thank you, Zach, the Vest of the First Fist. Not the second,
The first. I have one. Look at this.
not the third.
You can't tell. It's hard to tell. This is cold foil. They look awesome. That's what those weapons are that we are sending with those bundles.
All right, pay 1
Mm-hmm.
to use Death Dealer's ability. Put a headshot face up and draw a card. Don't sleep on that.
I'm so not asleep.
Then using my last...
I lose 1 from Searing somewhere?
Yeah. It was an additional 1, yeah. Thank you, chat. Yeah, good. Then I'm going to play... Oof. Oh, my. Wait, this is even better than I thought it was. Oh my gosh, great. Okay, then we're going to launch this chain link number 2. We're going to launch this headshot for 6. Get him. Get him. Get him. Bravo's done.
Nah.
Getting shot.
We'll block for 6.
Ooh. Okay. Well, that stops my my business. I have no more business here.
All right, we're done.
You're very much.
You can always just do it.
All right, I'll throw one into Arsenal here. It's gonna be this one, and then I'm gonna draw up to 4. Okay.
Mine?
Yeah.
Arsenal, go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just setting up.
Just setting it right up here. Okay, so if we do that, then we do Pat, how much money do we need? That's really our question here, isn't it? Okay, do that. And then... Yep. Okay. Okay. I'm so on it, man. I'm so on it.
I'm excited to show you my next turn.
You won't get one.
Oh, really?
That's right. That's right.
Evan says, meta comment, I love how active this chat is. Really hope we maintain the momentum and the game continues to grow. There is momentum around this game. There's a lot of energy. I'm excited about it. I'm checking that Discord, the Fab Discord.
Discord. Okay, I'm going to need to figure out my money situation. But you know what?
You just promised me the end of the world, and then you
time
have
for
to figure out
choosing.
your economic situation?
Here comes a 0-cost red searing shot for 4. If it hits, you lose 1.
Lose one what? Life?
Life.
Yeah, I'll take it. For 5.
No actions.
Nope.
I have an attack reaction.
All right.
Destroy this. If I hit with this card, I get go again.
That's not cool.
Actually, no. Target attack action gains go again. So no matter what happens, I get it.
That's not cool, dude.
Better hold on to that pretty hand.
So it's got go again, right?
It's got go again.
Straight up.
Yeah.
Straight up now. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. 4.
Anyway to love me forever. Oh. +1 because you lose 1 health. Isn't that
Boop.
annoying?
Down to 12.
Because
Look how
you're on-
different.
Because you're on fire.
Look how it tides the turn of the table.
Okay, now let's get some dad moments here. I'm gonna destroy this hood to op 2. Let's go.
Rob, that's awesome. He met a guy online in a sealed from home event, and they both heard about the game from us. That's great. That's so awesome to hear. Getting people in this game and helping them connect. That's fantastic. What's happening? I got lost in chat.
I just opted with my hood. I took it off.
All your armor's gone.
I know.
You're about to get hammer smashed.
We gotta make it count here.
Yeah, I'm about to tip this potion back, and we're gonna dance.
Okay, so if we do this and this, okay, and we generate here. So this. So that's 1. So I'm gonna track that. I can't wait to be good at this.
Right?
And then
You can tell it's gonna happen.
we'll do this, this. Okay, we've got a turn. So I'm gonna play Take Aim. Next card is +3, and I get to reload.
What? You have a full hand still somehow?
Yeah, I just played a searing shot. I don't know. You
No,
were
you played
scared.
more than a searing shot.
You wish I did.
Didn't you head? What have you done this round?
I just played the searing
All right,
shot
go ahead,
before,
go
and then
ahead.
you did nothing, like a noob. All right, so this goes down in with reload. Then we'll play this. Oh, sorry. Goes down in for this one. Goes down in for the reload. Then we'll play this. It'll cost me 1. I'll drop a searing shot to generate 2.
This is Sick'em Shot Yellow
Sick'em Shot Yellow is currently on the stack.
at +3.
It has go again, and it's at +3. Currently a 6 damage Sick'em Shot with go again.
I mean, how much heat can I take? You know what I mean?
12 worth.
Yeah, we'll take it. I'm not gonna do anything yet.
Taking
got anything?
6. No.
Do I really want to take it? I do want to take it.
Sounded like a pass to me.
Well, I have reactions.
I have go again.
Down to 6.
Let's destroy this. Put an arrow card from my hand face down. Go again. It gets +1. Pay 1 for a hamstring shot. It does have +1. 6 more coming at you.
Oh man, now I have to stop it. No. I'm gonna throw this in.
All right. Donk.
Got my helmet. Take 5.
Leading with my head. Take 5, and your next attack is +1. 1 additional resource. You cool with that?
That could be a
Does
problem.
that make you scared or anything, or
We'll see.
reconsider?
I mean, I at this point I just have to live with it.
Have to live is the name of this game for sure.
All right, mine.
Yep, took off all my clothes in that assault. That was really the key, wasn't it?
And my cloak. All right. I'm gonna do this.
Blake, the difference is I started playing well.
I'm gonna play from my arsenal a red plunder run. 0 cost. The next time an attack action I play this turn hits, I draw a card.
Okay.
If plunder run is played from my arsenal, the next attack gets +3.
Okay. So +3, and if it hits, you draw.
And it has to go again.
Okay, you got that potion.
All
That's
right.
not an attack action card. Okay, so the next
Yeah.
one's going to be +1 for you. Let's just linger this hamstring shot. I really want you to ingest.
What are you doing?
I just want you to
Oh,
remember.
yeah,
that
that's
it's
a +1. I
I
got
just
it.
want to see you limping around over here.
All right, 36.
Who's singing now, Bravo?
6, 7.
I don't think we're about to see a perfect game, Blade Breaker. I think I'm about to take about 16. Perhaps more. We could see a Bravo 20 here. I don't know what he's capable of. I've only been playing for a couple of weeks. Are you noticed how you're limping?
Yeah,
Just want to make sure that that was clear.
Oh my.
You coming to terms with the fact that you are just about one resource short?
No, I don't think so. I'm just doing math.
That's what I just said. Are you also going to take off all your clothes?
Maybe. Yeah. 4.
Let's get down to it.
Seven. 4, 5, 6, 7.
It's the hardest you've had to think. Thank you, Jeremy. I agree. That was rude. It was Zach's decision not to block it, so I don't know.
I could have definitely. I could have stopped a lot of that damage.
He's got to be absolutely... This is not the beauty of Flesh and Blood, though. It's always the case. But you thought those 4 cards in your hand were so precious.
I did.
They were worth going to 1 health.
Yeah. Well, here we are.
Well, decisions were made.
What can I say? Okay. We'll Goliath Gauntlet to make it a +5.
Woof.
Go again. I will use Bravo's ability. We'll save that. I could need that. Here.
Generating 3 with a potion of strength blue.
Yeah, so I have 1 left. And then I'm going to play a...
And you use Bravo's ability. Okay. Right on.
I'm going to play a red Debilitate.
Chris, it's good
Cost
to
me
know
3
that
more.
the key to victory with this game is knowing the most strategic moment to strip.
That's right. I
That's
played
the flesh part of Flesh and Blood, yeah.
a red Debilitate. It's got Dominate. It's at 13.
And it gives me a -2, like guaranteed, essentially. Yeah. Did you pay an extra for that?
I did.
I just want to make sure, because there's an arrow in your calf.
Let me make sure I paid an extra for it. 4, 6. Yeah.
Calculate the moments.
I don't think I did. Not yet.
Well, 0, 0, 1, 2, 6 total. You've got 6 in your pitch.
But that should have cost me 5. So 7.
Yeah, that's right, 7.
Yeah. So
Oh my gosh, it was genius. It was high-level play at its best.
I will just pitch this.
Oh, yeah.
So you have a 13 Debilitate coming in.
13 Debilitate. That'll be -2 for my next one. Okay, so what does that mean for me? That means... Oof, I'm going to be low on cash. I spent all my money. I think I did this last time, too. Okay, so if I do this...
Jeremy says, it's getting hot in here. So the extra resource was actually a problem for me.
Good. Good.
I would have had a potion of strength out. So it would have been a 15 here would dominate if you hadn't made that +1.
Don't like it. So is this the next, during their next turn? Okay, so I don't play one, it's essentially punted. I'm gonna be living on the edge here too, actually, myself. So I'm gonna drop in a 3 here.
Okay.
What's the math on that?
10.
10 total?
Yep.
Next attack's -2.
That's right. This goes away. This is used. Oh, and then the next time it hits, I get to draw a card.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll draw my card and it'll go to my arsenal.
Nice. It's gonna clog it. Clog it right up. All right, I'm just gonna drop 1 in and draw 2. Here we go. Need to see some moments here. This is when I needed all those blue cards that I included. Okay. So if we do... Back over to you. Good luck. Don't kill me, please.
Please, sir. Thank you. I'll have another. All right, let's
Thank you, sir.
let's do this. I'll pay for Bravo's ability with a blue pummel. It's got 1 left. I'll use an instant energy potion to gain 2. I'll play a red plunder run for 0.
Uh-oh. It's not looking good,
no,
friends.
I'm not doing that. It only gets the +3 if I play it from hand. So that's not happening. Then I will play a red disable from here. So it's going to cost me 2 more, which I'll use. You have a 9 with dominate called disable coming at you. It hits for 4. That's going to go on the bottom of your deck.
Okay. I reckon it's going to. Okay.
Yeah, someone, Daniel saying, do you guys play outside the stream? So five days a week of streaming for 5-6 hours a day is most of the time I spend at the table. Now, I do paint a lot on the weekends myself, and then deck building and stuff at night and the weekends.
Drop 1 in for 3. Take 6, and this thing goes?
Yep.
Ugh.
How quickly?
The tide turns.
The tide's table.
Yeah, I need to catch you on a bad hand here is basically what needs to happen.
And then this will go under.
Okay. So
it's showtime.
I'm on the same boat here. This one goes away.
I need to catch you on a bad turn.
Yeah.
That's not what's happening here.
I know. But I don't have any defense here. I got to play the cards I'm dealt.
Is it my turn?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my word. All right. Well,
I'll just save you the trouble. If you can do 7 or more, you win.
that'd be nice if I could, wouldn't it? Sure would be. I can't. All right. First, let's go. Red scar for a scar. Let's pull that promo version out.
Let's get that red scar for a scar promo.
We need that. Wah, wah, wah. We need the air horn. Look at that.
Actually, I have that on my
look
phone
at that.
somewhere.
Look at that.
I know.
Dude.
I wish I had that version right now.
Anyways.
This one's trash. Just get off the table. Throw it away. Burn it.
You got a 4 coming at you. I have less life than you, so it's got to go again. See what I did there? Clever. Appreciate that, Blake. I've been spending way more time on that Thor than I ever thought I would. Tom McCall says he misses the air horn.
4 coming at me.
Yep.
And it does gain go again.
Yep, because I have less life.
Oh.
Oh, that's interesting. You ever just see combos of things that are awesome?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, man. I've got the opt, but I don't want to play it. Okay, let's go. Drop one in for defense there of 3. Any reactions?
Nope.
Any funny business, as
Now,
they say?
well, after it does damage, I have reactions.
Okay.
Vest of the First Fist. When an action card you control hits, you may destroy it to gain 2 resources.
Uh-oh.
Don't mind me. That stays there, technically. All right. Keep rolling.
Yeah, go for it.
Like Philip.
Philip Rowland himself.
I'm going to use my Mage Master Boots action, destroy Mage Master Boots. The next non-attack action card I play this turn gains go again.
No.
Then I'm going to play, it's Showtime. Blue Showtime.
Pay for that?
Yeah, it cost me 3. So 1, and then I'll use my other Showtime to generate 3.
You got all your fancy cards. I need my
So-
fancy cards.
It has 1 left on it, basically. And then I get to search my deck, and it has go again because I played the Mage Master Boots.
That's not attack action, right? It's just action?
Yeah, it says the next non-attack action that I play.
It's explicitly.
Yeah. So then I get to search my deck for a Guardian attack. Don't mind me.
Quit that.
Quit it.
Quit.
And I have 1 plus this. Three, 4. This is under.
You haven't given yourself dominate, right?
Nope, not yet.
Keep that up, please, would you? That's right, Ken. After the first round, you draw up to your hand size after each player's turn. I've been on the passive turn here for a second. But I'm begging they can love me forever.
Well, I'm going to get a red Cartilage Crush.
Awesome.
And then I will play it, having 1 left over. That's just a 7 damage attack, no dominate. It deals 4 or more. Your first action next round costs you an additional resource.
Well, I've got to do the thing I don't want to do. I reckon block for 5. Take 2.
Devil!
You got any weird things?
Nothing. Draw my freshly shuffled hand. All right. Well.
Time for choosing. Ridge Rider
Isn't
shot.
this game crazy?
4 damage attack.
It was
coming
you did
in.
19 before I did any. But that's the thing about the game, right? It's like I could
Yeah,
have
then you hammered back in.
a decent amount of that damage, but instead I opted for. It was a bet though, because going down to 1 is terrifying.
It was a bet.
All right, you got a 4 here.
Oh, hold on. I think I tossed the wrong card.
Feel free to do your
Yes, I did toss the wrong card. They both do more or less the same thing, and I wasn't paying attention.
All right.
So this is actually how this works. So I do take aim to get +3, and then I play a Ridge Rider shot from Arsenal. So 7 damage coming in.
Just a cash 7, my dude.
Hopefully it's 3 cards out of your hand. I don't know. We'll see. Does Showtime stay in play, or is that a...
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's so good, actually.
But you get it forever?
No, it's so I go get a card when I play it, but then at the start, it's an aura. So at the start of my turn, I get to draw an extra card. Like it pops and I get a card. So
Okay, so this needs to hit well.
you have no cards in hand?
None.
Okay, great.
What you see is what you get.
I'm not gonna put any cards in. You get first reaction.
Staunch
Yeah.
defense thing weird.
I'm gonna sink below. We'll put this under and draw a card. How about sink below red?
Now, you know what I could have done? I could have tried for Dominate here. Would have been a good idea. 7 with Dominate? That seems good.
Well, I had sink below down and I have sink below in hand. So I had an
both.
8, yeah. So, and I'm going to have to stop this anyway.
I think it's the right move. I don't know. It's hard. You'd probably know the odds if you're good.
Sink below red from hand, and I'm not going to put anything under, so I'm just going to block for 8.
All right.
And I sunk below.
You got me.
And start of my turn, showtime, get a draw card.
Do. You got a good shot at this one. I basically had 2 turns where I was holding on to 2 cards that would stack up nicely, and I didn't see the 3rd piece that I needed.
To like really go crazy. Yeah, at any moment you have to dominate me with an arrow at some point to just finish me off.
If you hadn't shuffled that one in, that was the moment.
Oh, that was a good debilitator.
It was very good, yes. It was very good.
Got him. Okay, let's use Bravo's ability. And then I'll play a red Cartilage Crush, 7 with Dominate.
You got me. Let's do it again.
That was close.
Again.
This is classic. I mean, I feel like a kid again right now.
Yeah, just
You're
jamming
just
them.
jamming games, and it's like, I just got to get good with this thing.
I just got to see it work.
Tom McCall, that was quite a comeback.
It was. Don't call it a comeback.
I don't call it a comeback.
Been here for years. 5.
Dider says, y'all want to hear an interesting story? Out of my
No.
Welcome to Wraith Bravo is the hero I was dodging, so I straight up opened 2 Crippling Crush and 2 Showtimes.
Oof.
I don't even have any Crippling Crush.
Bummer.
Blake says, is Guardian unstoppable? I don't think so.
No. We don't even pretend to have the amount of information we would need to make that kind of a statement. Now, On-Demand Dominate is very good.
I was going to say, On-Demand Dominate is just fundamentally good.
It's actually, so this, if I were literally just to guess, this is probably one of the worst matchups for Azalea. Because if I was playing Bravo with any other class, I would make sure that I always have a defense reaction in my arsenal.
Yeah.
But I literally just can't do that.
Because you have to
it's
load it up
the
with
only way
arrows.
that I can shoot arrows at you.
Yeah.
So I think it's a pretty bad match. But even so, it's close.
It at least puts pressure on the arsenal in a way that most heroes aren't going to against Azalea.
Yeah, I would. The Gift of Chaos, basically, that's what you're saying. Sideboard defense reactions, of course. That's why I mean Azalea doing that is way less good.
Now, the upside of that, Azalea has a way to handle it, because you can put it in going into your turn, but then she has her ability to flip it into an arrow if you don't use it.
Well, to flip it into the top card of your deck.
Yeah, presuming you also...
Maybe an arrow.
Yeah.
Maybe another useless card that you can't really do anything with. So that's probably why she's built the way that she is that you do have a way to clear your arsenal.
You want me to go first this time?
Sure.
Just so we can see it?
I'm down. 4 cards. You want to start at 1 health?
Handicap?
Yeah. I said yeah.
And I see it. All right. Like you. Okay, we're just gonna... You ready?
I'm ready.
I'm gonna play an energy potion, and I'll put a card face down my arsenal.
All right. No mulligan, huh?
I feel like that opening, that's why I like defense reactions and potions. Having turns, even in the middle of the game last round, where it's like, you can actually just kind of take it easy and build.
All right, Death Dealer ability. To put one in on the bottom here, and I've got to generate 1 resource to do that. So I'll use a yellow hamstring shot to do so. So I've got 1 floating on that. And a draw card, because don't forget Azalea. And then because I put it into face up, I get to opt 1.
Opted 2.
That's right. Thank you. Take care of that. I appreciate it. Then, yes, leaving it there. Then I'll use Azalea's ability, put this on the bottom, put 1 face up with Dominate, Searing Shot. Then we'll use our last resource, pay 1 for Foresight. Next attack is +3.
Come on now.
And then we'll pay 0 for the Searing Shot. So it's currently 7 with Dominate. If it hits, you lose 1.
I don't like that.
Good opening.
Let's go. I'm not going to put any cards in.
Reactions. None.
First. Red Sink Below for 4. Let's put this under. And draw a card. Okay. Cool.
Cool.
Then we'll Yellow Sink Below from hand.
Nice.
And we will keep my hand.
Okay. And done.
You took 2 of my Sanks.
You got how many cards you got?
My hand?
Yeah.
3.
3? Yeah, because you had one in the arsenal.
Yeah.
That makes sense. All right, hamstring shot goes below, and then we go to...
Jake, that's awesome to hear. I'm glad you're here. He says, just wanted to say thanks for doing these streams. I've been a Magic player for more than 15 years, and I can safely say I haven't been this excited for a TCG in a very long time.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. Let's throw that there, and then we'll draw a fresh hand of 3 beautiful cards.
Beautiful.
Just...
Beautiful.
You wouldn't believe it. How beautiful are these?
Mine?
How beautiful.
All right, let's just keep on building. Potion of Strength.
Oh, there it is.
And we'll put this face down in the arsenal.
Okay.
And we were building. I do enjoy Bravo. He just has like, it really boils down to like 2 or 3 attacks a game.
Yeah, he's a bit easy old build it and let it loose.
His dad always said, bring the hammer, you only have to swing once, you know?
That's pretty cool. All right, let's start with the take
That was
aim.
in the lore book. Just kidding, it wasn't.
We need those. Take aim for 0.
Yep.
I'm
getting tired of that card.
Go again and take an aim. Then we'll launch a searing shot. 4 + 3, so 7 damage coming at you.
Seven? Does it have go again?
Yes, it does not.
Technically, we'll do 8 if I let it.
Yes, that's correct.
Let's
Take it on the head.
throw my helmet in there.
Good dunk. Okay.
Take 7.
Take 6 and then lose 1.
Take 7.
Now, I might have some things, actually. Hold on.
Oh my goodness.
Hold on.
Rangers are these players.
There's a plan here. There's a plan.
I have an action.
There's a plan. Okay, so you put the helmet in, and then I get attack reactions. So before we do any of this, I think I might take one. I am. I'm going to play Razor Reflex and drop a Fate Foreseen to generate the resource for that. So red Razor Reflex +3 and gives it go again if it hits. Defense reactions to you.
Son of a pass.
All right. 10 - 1, 9, and then lose 1, so 10 total.
Boom.
And then go again. I'm going to play the potion.
Nice.
Last action.
Nice. That's good. That's good stuff you
It's
just
no
did.
arsenal, but you know.
You just got to play with a
You're
hand
going to
you're
swing
down.
back for at least 10. I'm hoping maybe you had that debilitate play that was really just going to wreck me, you know?
The disable is the card.
That's it.
I was also hoping I had it.
Been there before. Thank you, Michael. I got my first great turn from the chat. Okay. Eventually, I'm going to be good at this. It's my promise to me.
I agree with you. You will eventually be good at this. Let's do this. I'll pay 2 for Bravo's ability. I have 1 left over with a blue debilitate there. Then
see, you were going to play it. No, it's the blue one.
I was. Then I'm going to use my arsenal. It costs me 4, so I'll generate 3 more with a blue Still More Confidence. And this is the yellow debilitate. It's 7, and if it hits for 4 or more, your next attack is -2.
You got dominate there?
Yep. We were swinging.
Swinging. It's going to hit for 4, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I know why you choose the yellow one. It's a good...
Yeah, because if you block for 3, you'd have to block with 2 cards, but you can't block with 2 cards.
Can't block with 2 cards.
So you have to have a 4, which is where red sink below gets annoying. But
Okay. Well, let's throw a yellow Sikkim shot in there.
For 3?
For 3.
All right. Hits for 4?
Taking 4.
-2 on your next swing.
-2.
How about that?
Throw it at me if you like.
And we were swinging. I'm going to drop that under draw.
Man.
Yeah?
I don't like this at all. I don't like these one-cost arrows. What's up with these guys? I don't have one.
I agree, Van. He says you need a dominate token. It
Yeah.
would be really clear if there was a dominate token in here.
We do. You're right. You're right. Ugh. Gross.
No one cracks skulls like a son.
So, I could try. I mean, my best play here is what? I just don't want to cash out right now. But I'm going to. You know?
You gotta know when to hold them.
All right, let's take a look at the future. Let's opt to on an arrow moment. Okay, so if we do that, then we do that. Okay. I mean, I can get into that. And then we'll do that. Okay.
Understanding the like strings that you can play.
You can play some strings now. Let me
We
tell
were
you,
stringing.
let me tell you something.
That's Azalea's thing.
Okay.
I need to make a note.
I think I did that wrong.
I just had an idea.
Yes. That's just going to be better ultimately. Okay, consider it opted. I've opted. I'm going to start us out with playing a take aim for 0, a red take aim.
You ever get tired of seeing that card?
I get to reload. I don't get tired of seeing it, though. I hope you do. Then we're going to use Azalea's ability.
Ooh, dominate.
Dominate on the old 0-cost searing shot. Then we're going to make a decision.
You gotta know when to hold them.
We've got a good decision to make here. I know the decision. Come on. I'm just going to shoot it.
For 6?
6 with dominate. Technically 7 if it hits.
It's block for 3.
Okay. Take 4. Unless you got action. You got any actions? You got any fancy business here?
No, we got it.
Okay. This one's going in the arsenal. These guys go away. Draw my card. I'm ready for you. I've got stuff in the arsenal. I've got stuff in my hand. Everything's coming up Millhouse here. No one. That's the. Oh, nice. Well, now I see it. Now I see it. Oh, Tom on the. Thank you, Tom. You're better at keeping in track of our business than we are. Booster box bundles are back in stock.
Swoosh.
We got as much as we could. It's probably not as much as we need, or rather, not as much as you guys need.
I guess I should have a link for people in chat.
Turns out.
Hold on. If you want the bundle, you want to tell them about the bundle.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you about it. Basically, what happens is we put them in stock and then they sell out immediately.
That's not what the bundle is.
That is the bundle.
Jared, fly, you fools.
So the bundle is a booster box of Arcane Rising, a booster box of Welcome to Wraith. Each bundle comes with 2 cold foil promo weapons that don't appear in the booster packs. They're promos. And if you order 2 bundles, you're guaranteed 4 cold foil weapons. 3 bundles, 6. 4 bundles, all 8. And we will make sure you don't get dupes if you buy it all in the same order. So for instance, if you buy like 2 bundles, you'll get 4 different cold foil weapons. If you buy 8 bundles, you'll get all 8 different cold foil weapons. If you buy 1 bundle now and then 2 weeks later you buy another bundle, you might get the same weapons. That's how that works. It's really great way if you're like working up from the demo decks and the whatnot, you grab a bundle and then you can start doing sealed like we've been doing. And then maybe grab a second bundle, and now you're into Blitz deck building mode. And you've got those cold foil weapons. If you wanted to, you could probably just sell those, honestly, too. I imagine that they would sell for a decent amount. Yeah.
Well, I know people earlier were talking about trading and looking for certain ones, so I assume that's got to be the case. All right, here's what I'm going to do. You ready for this?
Yeah.
I don't think you are.
Well, I mean, it's hard to know.
I'm going to do this. I'm going to use my Helm of Eisen's Peak action. I destroy it. It cost me 1.
Hold on, you're doing a bunch of stuff. Hold on, I actually wasn't ready at all for what you're about to do. I want to pay attention. Okay, I got the chat back. I had to do the bundle thing.
I'm using my helmet action. Cost me 1.
I've never seen that before.
And it gives me +1 intellect till the end of the round. So this goes under, and I get to draw an extra card.
That's your whole turn.
That's my turn.
Oh, good for you.
Thanks, I think.
All right, so that's 1. Okay. 2. And then. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, it's so fun. All right, let's kick it off with.
That's a word.
Foresight, red. Got to pay 1. Dropping my blue Ridge Rider shot to generate 3, spending 1 immediately.
That's a mistake. I'm just kidding.
Idiot, you've already lost.
You lost the moment you sat down at the table, son. Just start like obnoxious trash talking.
Throw coffee in my face.
Have you seen? I gotta pause for a second. There's one of my favorite Reddits is watch people die inside.
Oh yeah.
My favorite subreddits. Yeah. There's this like elderly grandma who a girl walks up.
Literally watching people die.
Sick joke, man. Sick.
Watch people die outside.
There's this cup that looks like it has liquid in it, and she does this thing to her grandma where like it doesn't do anything. You said splash coffee.
Yeah.
In it, and she like jumps and nothing happens.
Yeah.
And then later, it's the next part of the video. The girl puts actual liquid in and hands the cup to the grandma to go get someone else.
Ugh.
So she walks up and she like splashes water all over someone thinking it's not going to happen. And then her turn and look at the camera in shock, the grandma, priceless. It's a priceless video.
You got to love it. Super Mazzara asking in the chat here, for people who play this, what do you think about the game and its future? I might answer that here in just a second too. Okay, Foresight is resolving unless you have weird. I don't think there's any cancels in the game I need to worry about. So the next thing is +3, and I played it from Arsenal, so I get to opt 2. So let's opt into something. What do you say?
May as well while we're here.
I like both of these cards. Okay. Well, this is, wow. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Huge.
Hold on. Let's think about my turn. Okay? I'm still opting, but give me a second. Yeah, right?
I love it.
Okay, so we could do this for 1.
That's not true. The bundle's not sold out.
No, they're not. No, they're not. They can't be. That cannot be true.
It's true.
Are you serious? I'm going to die of happiness, Zach. How is
that possible?
We have to keep it together on the stream, but literally, like after the stream, Zach and I will be doing the Wolf of Wall Street, linking shoulders and dancing in the office.
Wow.
But we're playing it cool. We're playing it cool. You guys are the best thing.
Oh, it's because they went up earlier than chat suspected they did.
Well, I mean, they've been up, today maybe? I'll take under 24 hours. How long have they been up?
32 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh.
That's ridiculous.
Well, clearly. That's unbelievable, guys.
What's crazy is that they're selling out faster.
Yeah, it's amazing.
That's a good sign. And we are eventually going to run out of this bundle, by the way.
So we'll try to. That's unbelievable. You're all amazing people. Zach just closed on a house. It's not a super nice, fancy house or anything, but maybe he should consider an upgrade at this point.
Yeah, because that's where we're at.
Okay.
14 years in.
That's amazing. Okay, so I could do.
I'll tell you what, though, it sure makes creating a bunch of Flesh and Blood content a lot easier.
It does make it a lot easier, doesn't it?
Jared says, I guess I don't have to debate about buying another bundle. Hey, if you've been trying to get on this and you keep missing it, and you're watching this, I'm sorry. We're going to get those in as soon as we can. Sign up for the wait list, and hopefully we eventually catch. It's crazy. It's really crazy.
Okay. So we could do 1/1. That does that. And then we could do that. This game is an amazing string of 4 cards. Like, how do you do it, you know?
There's weirdly a lot of ways to do it every time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, put those cards together and make something happen.
Okay.
Nathan, glad they sold out. I don't have to contemplate buying another.
1. And then 1. You know, that's what I could do. Okay. I'm gonna get weird then, because we're here. Foresight for 1, red. Then we're gonna do Azalea's ability. No. We're gonna do Bullseye Bracers. Destroy it, put an arrow face up into my arsenal. It gets +1. Go again. Second shot into the arsenal. Okay. Then we'll play this for 1. Second shot complete. And this is a 5+1 for the boots thing.
So an 8?
4+4. That's an 8 damage attack coming at you. Does not have dominate.
Okay. 1 resource.
Nathan, we're literally putting max orders in, so we physically cannot double the order. But we would. I mean, we keep trying. We keep trying. We want this thing to go now. Let's go.
I won't put any cards in.
Do you have any attack reactions or defense reactions? I don't have any attack reactions.
So if I take this, I just die. So yes, I do have reactions.
Okay.
First thing I'll do is sink below red. That's a 4. I assume it resolves.
It's happening.
Just flip under. So now it's currently doing 4 damage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any reactions?
None.
I'll take 4.
Take 4. Okay.
Nothing happens if it hits.
This might. I
What's
can
it do?
destroy the Vest of the First Fist to generate 2 money.
That's fine.
Okay.
Come at me, bro.
I think I will end up doing that. So we'll destroy this to gain 2. Okay. Technically, we still have chain number 1 open until I take another action. I'm going to take Azalea's once per turn action. It's going to cost me 1. We're going to throw a hamstring shot into the pile. Then I'm going to draw a card. Sorry, there's Death Dealer's ability. Excuse me. Then I'm going to pay 1, so this clears, because I took something that wasn't combat. Pay 1 for a hamstring shot. Doing 5.
Okay. I'll put no cards in.
No attack reactions.
I'll drop an unmovable blue in. Cost me 3.
I'll pass my attack reactions.
Okay, I block for 5.
You got it. You don't even have to suffer. And at the end of the turn, we'll put 1 down.
Take 1 down,
Pass it around. Here.
All right.
And then we'll draw 3.
You guys know what time it is?
It's hammer time.
It's showtime. Surprisingly, not using the hammer so much, but you know.
Different game. You know?
Okay, you ready?
Mm-hmm.
first thing we'll do is we'll instant pop this energy potion, gain 2.
Yep.
Because why not? Then I'll use Bravo's ability. Cost me 2, so actually I do that. I haven't even done this yet. Then, so I've done that. It has a dominate.
Kinetic asking, have you guys seen any potential pitfalls with the game system, balance-wise? The only thing I've seen is maybe Katsuna's ability to go wide, playing more cards than the opponent can reliably react to. I think that's the point. I mean, that's kind of what the Ninja thing's trying to do. So no, I haven't seen any pitfalls. It's incredibly tight. It's clearly very well designed. The only thing that would take it sideways is the content itself. So,
and because it's so divided with the classes, I feel like it would be very hard for that to get too out of control. And the heroes that write themselves out of the story if they do too good.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, that's really helpful.
And I think most of the time, if thumbs are going to break, it's going to be like a red card that's too good or an effect that's too good. You can ban a common probably most of the time and fix things. So I wouldn't be too concerned about it.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go Potion of Strength for +2. We'll go Goliath Gauntlet for +2. We will play a red Disable for 5. Generate here, have 1 left over. So 5, it costs me 5. It's a 9 + 4, so we're at a 13.
13.
Would dominate, and if it hits, that Arsenal card goes on the bottom of the
I was prepared for this.
Yep.
I started playing with actual strategy. So, speaking of, let's do this first. Take cover from the arsenal. Oh, wait, I got a defense reaction.
Yeah,
so
you have to.
I'll pass my normal defense.
Okay.
You have any attack reaction?
Mm-mm.
Okay. Defense reaction for take cover. I can reload, but I'm not going to because you're going to get the thing. And then I'll also play a sink below.
Okay.
So these guys resolve, yeah?
Yep.
Sink below, put 1 on the bottom. Let's put this one on the bottom. Draw a card. That might be exactly what I needed. And then I'll take what? 13 minus 8? What is that? 5?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then I draw.
Consider the storm weathered. Okay. Let's start with, well, let's see. So if I do that, let's do an opt 2 with Whisper the Oracle Blue.
Okay.
Cost me 0. Okay. And do I want this card? Yes, I do. Okay. Okay, well, you got nothing in the arsenal. You've got nonsense in the nonsense pile. Okay, let's do, oh wait. Because I'm gonna draw, right? The opt is important. Okay, let's do Death Dealer ability. Pay 1 to put, let's put a salvage shot, I guess, here. I gotta generate resources, I'll destroy this to gain 2.
Okay.
So I've got 1 open and I get to draw a card. Then let's play a Ravenous Rabble. 5 cost, go again attack, a red Ravenous Rabble. Reveal the top card of the deck. It's going to be pitch value of 1, so it's a 4 damage attack with go again.
Let's block with a 3.
Okay. Do you have any reactions? I have none.
All right, I have none. Take 1.
Take 1. Use Azalea's ability. Throw this on the bottom. Throw this on top. And then we will pay 1 to launch a Dominate 5. See if he's got it.
I'll play a blue unmovable.
He's got it.
Cost me 3. It's a defense reaction for 5. I won't put anything in. I assume you don't have any attack.
100%. Yeah.
Woo! That was a good string right
It
there.
was there, right? That was a moment.
Indeed.
Could have all happened. So you've got a recovery coming up, and I've got to figure out how to make this work.
Yeah. Mine?
Yeah.
I'll put this under. Your turn.
Okay. Okay. So then, this is interesting. Okay. So then let's pay 1 with Death Dealer to throw Ridge Rider Shot in. Using Yellow Hamstring to pay 2. Got 1 floating, opt 1.
Did we decide that you draw first?
You can choose, it's officially you can choose the order. Ryan corrected it on the Facebook chat after the fact.
Okay.
And it's actually really clean. So if this is true, it's really clean. Now, if it's true,
If true.
I
Make it
don't
true.
know. But apparently, when you're the active player, when you're the turn player, and you have any number of triggers that generate from a single card, all of those things go on a stack in whatever order you want, regardless of if, then, etc. kind of stuff. Apparently. So.
What up, Dieter? Yeah, they are out of stock again. If you want bundles, sign up for the wait list. We're going to get them as soon as we can.
I'll go ahead and draw it with Death Dealer ability. Then, let's see. Is that right? Then we'll play Whisper the Oracle to opt 2. Go again. Okay.
Ryan says that's not how I corrected it, though. The Death Healer has to fully resolve, then you resolve Ridge Rider.
Oh, I thought it was the opposite. So I draw the card, and then I opt 1.
Yeah.
So I draw this, then I opt 1, which was like this. Thanks, Ryan. Okay. And I can either keep this on top or put it on the bottom. I'm just really trying for a big swing here, really. Right? Isn't that the idea?
I think that is the idea.
Interesting.
Cool.
I'll leave that on top. Okay. Let's see if we can do it again. Then we'll use Azalea's ability to throw this on bottom. We got the old 6 damage Dominate headshot coming in. Pay 1. At your brain. Do you have it?
Block for 3.
Yes.
And I get headshotted.
All right.
Bam. I died.
That felt good.
You were definitely playing it good.
It was better. That was a lot better. That was a lot better.
I feel good about that.
All right. Done. What do we do now? You want to build some
I
other
want
stuff?
to build some decks.
All right. I just need to prove that I could win that. You know, you get in that.
You gotta have a game.
You gotta
You gotta get a game to feel like you're not just spinning your tires.
Okay. Tom, unfortunately, no, we can't do that. Because of the weird release date stuff, so we're actually at pretty extreme hazard if products get there before release date. Like certainly with Asmodee, for instance, that could literally be a violation of terms and we could be forced to stop selling their products. Legend Stories similarly has the same language, about release dates and whatnot. So because international shipping is so variable, we can't really pin down when it's going to get there. Like we literally had a shipment 3-day to Ireland randomly, first class. We had no idea how it happened. So it's so variable that we can't ship it out very early. We'll ship it out like a couple of days before the release date internationally, but I wish we could. At some point, we will just have hubs everywhere, and then we'll not have to worry about this problem.
Yeah.
It'll happen. We're pursuing it. All right, what do you want to do? 1 pack each?
I'll open some packs.
Take a quick breather.
What set? What set are you?
I'll take Arcane Rising in honor of Azalea.
All right. Well, the thing is, who are you building next? That's a better question. Because I'm going to build Kano, which makes me want to open Arcane Rising.
I'm interested in Dorinthia. I'm interested in Ninja. I'm lightly interested in Runeblade just because it's kind of weird.
It's kind of like a draft pick. My next pick's Kano, of course. You get whoever you want.
I'll do Dorinthia. All
right. I'll go ahead and open Welcome to Wraith, but I know that I'm looking at...
You doing 3?
I'm going to do 3.
3 stack?
So you're going to be building Dorinthia. I'm going to be building Kano. If you see Fire Wizard cards, hit me up. Well, you're also looking for like good Ranger cards,
That's
right? For Azalea.
That's right.
Let's
3 packs at the old LGS, you know.
Super Mazzara says, I'm searching for a good TCG that's not expensive to play like Magic. I recently got into Yu-Gi-Oh, but it doesn't do it for me, and Magic is way too expensive to keep playing. Well, this is a good one to look at.
Azalea on top. Yeah, this is the, I mean, I would highly suggest this in that case. I mean, you know, you got to think about TCGs. It's as expensive as you want it to be. It just depends on the level, like how obsessive are you going to be about that last 1% of deck efficiency, right? So you could feel like you need to open 40 boxes to find that fabled heart that gives you +1 health, but you don't need to. Buy 2 boxes. I mean, 2 boxes a set is going to be standard. If you play even a couple of sealed or draft events at a store or something, 2 boxes I think is more than enough. 3 boxes is like guaranteed you're good.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out. My first pack is such a Dorinthia pack. I got a yellow Warriors Valor, and a blue Warriors Valor. Those are the 2 rares.
Awesome. Hey, look at you go, Dorinthia.
Yep. I also got a blue foil Blessing of Deliverance, which is a Guardian card for old
Is that Bravo?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good pack for you.
Foils are good.
We got a couple. We got a Ranger Silver the Tip. I'm not playing that yet, but I probably should be at some point. And the old Spark of Genius. I always think the Mechanologist cards are like super rare because they look so good.
They have the cool border on.
And the old Blue Throttle. It's a good Mechanologist pack here.
Don't mind me.
Oof. I love that wizard on index. It's just like, what?
Yellow Sigil of Solace. Just a 0-cost gain 2. Instant. That could be so annoying.
It's honestly
and then
very good.
Eventually I'll build Rhino. I got a blue Savage Feast, which is just a rare.
Oh yeah, I was thinking
action.
about Rhinar a little bit too. What does he do differently than Bravo? What's his idea there?
So Bravo, I think, is basically offense plus he has defense reactions, like he's Guardian. So he actually has some like defense built in. Whereas I think Rhinar is just
punching.
He basically does the big attacks, and if he discards a 6 or more, he makes you get rid of a card, so you can't defend with it. That whole thing.
Okay.
So
all right.
It's just a different level.
There's your red Zap.
I do like Zap. Is that
some Scalding Rain?
Yeah. Classic.
Look at this red Searing Shadow. That's really why I'm opening
Oh, dude,
this
that's
pack.
beautiful.
That's what I'm looking for.
Got a red scar for a scar.
It's the kind of art that
this is a
wants
card
to be foiled.
I don't mind seeing a lot of. I got another energy potion. We're gonna
I
want
feel
that
like
in a lot
every
of
deck,
decks,
right? Probably every deck.
Nice. And a foil emerging power. Look at that thing. Oof. It's cool that every pack has a foil.
And that's another Guardian thing. So you're all in.
I'm gonna be foiled up
Bravo.
real quick. Real foil, real quick.
Aether Spindle, Aether Sink, and my yellow Take Aim.
Look
Oh
at
my
that Take
gosh,
Aim foil.
I'm foiling my deck right now.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
I need more of these.
Technoplasma. Amplify the Arknight. All right, so I'm going to swap these in right now.
Foil it up.
My Take Aim and my Searing Shot. Boom. With the name of the game.
Gonna leave this out. Pass these to you.
Give me those foils. Bum, ba-da-dum, 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 ba-da-dum,
You're gonna put all your commons and stuff in this pile.
Red Searing Shot, you just got upgraded. This is the whole thing, man. I love it. Just one at a time. I'm not in a rush.
Don't mind me, I'll go open a couple cases.
Yellow.
Van says, great games, guys. Really enjoying these streams. Glad to have you. So I'm looking at Kano. I'm going to pull up my...
I'm going to swap this blue Take Aim to a yellow Take Aim. For certain.
Yeah, you can tweak, too. If this is the time for you to... I'm going to look at my Bravo deck, too. Yeah. So then next week, we'll come in with basically 2 fully built decks. I'll tweak my Bravo and I'll build this, and we'll see if we can squeeze in a game right now. But I'm not counting on it.
We can always squeeze.
We were squeezing.
Great, Van. Zach just said that, I'm sure.
Yep. Sounds familiar.
Yeah, Ryan, exactly. It's just like, that's the thing. Just chill with it. Don't feel the need to like buy 20 boxes, and unless you're buying them from us. But otherwise, don't feel the need to buy 20 boxes and you know, just feel like you need to have every single card at 6 times or whatever. Take her easy and make a game out of it, because collectibles are built to be a game outside of the game. So just approach it that way.
The rare card you were just saying you got an extra one of?
Say it again. What would it be called?
Aether Spindle?
Yeah, right here.
Say it again.
Say it again, Jack.
Whoa.
What am I doing here? I'm supposed to do something that you said a while ago. It's
I
in
just put all my
processing
commons and class-specific cards. Basically, I pull the rares and the foils out, and I put everything else in a pile.
Done. I'm on it.
That just makes for easier sorting later on. Dude, look at that foils out.
I cannot wait to get different heroes of the same class. I swear to you, it's going to happen. It has to happen, right?
Yep. I think another thing that's obviously going to happen is you're going to get other weapons that you can choose. So like once you can literally have a couple
super rare, Spark of Genius.
A couple weapons in your sideboard.
Yes.
And it's like you can either, like Bravo can bring his hammer or he can bring his shield depending on what he is trying to do.
That's exactly what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Now here, this is a good question. Okay, so I don't know, do you guys know this out there? You guys might know this better than we do. But so in terms of developing this game over the long term, I heard a rumor that they were saying they're not going to rotate.
Yep.
Anytime somebody says that, I think they're lying. Not lying. I think they're foolhardy. But knowing how much planning and prep and design work, and they're like mini sets ahead, knowing how much has gone into this plan, they're not doing it like, oh, by the way, I guess we'll just like not rotate, because that'll sell some packs.
I mean, I think
it's real.
Part of the non-rotation is like, I know in Magic, part of what sustains the value of cards is the fact that those original Power 9, right? Early on, I forget what happened, but like there were some cards they were going to be reprinted in a future set, and people got upset. So then Wizards was like, we're never printing the Power 9 again, ever. There's just one. The Black Lotus is one of the 9 or whatever. But because there's the infinite format, which is everything's always playable, those cards, there's only so many of them. And like, I mean, they're $10,000 cards at this point.
Yeah.
So not rotating means that all these cards, when you're playing collectible, don't necessarily go away. Their value doesn't go away. But I think that's also why it's very smart that they've made their heroes not hard to get, for 2 reasons. One, people want to play the heroes, but then the other one is the heroes, it allows them to do the whole rotate out mechanic. I think that's the biggest part of this. Like if Bravo, over time, he will eventually rotate out.
Yeah.
So that mechanic means the heroes unquestionably have to go away. So then the interesting thing is like to play Guardian, it's like they get to choose which heroes to put in to the pile. So you can look at the Guardian cards, and even though those cards aren't rotating, it's like your hero can literally be built in such a way that like the Guardian cards aren't a problem. And assumedly at some point you might have 12, 15, 20. I mean, how many classes are we going to have?
Well, so that's the question that I wanted to get into is, okay, so
maybe we should have James on to talk about this on the podcast or something.
We really should. So one question is, are they just going to stick to these 8 classes? Because you get into that, right now, think about the construction of a pack. Do you really want to have 16 different classes that you're trying to serve in one set? How is that even possible?
So I know that they have, I think in the lore book there's a page that has like 12 classes on it. Like it says classes and it's got 4 other ones listed.
Okay. On what page?
In the lore book.
Oh. So do you think that's it though? 12 classes total?
I don't know.
Because then, you get into that weird thing, and it's similar to like, things with like 12, 14, 10 factions, where it's like, I mean, are we now looking at like 1 card in your booster pack will be for all 12 classes?
Well, my assumption is that like next year, as an example, we will basically get the same 3 sets, which is the first set features 4 classes, the second set features 4 classes, and what 4th features is the question. So they're going to add new classes. I would assume it's like one of the 4 is a new class in the next set, right? Or a certain number of them. So then that also means that like Guardian's not getting as many cards if they're out of a set. So if let's just say this, next year, if all of the 8 take up one of the spots, right? It's like out of 12 of the 3 sets that they could possibly have, then you could technically introduce some new stuff. But I doubt, like, and that's part of it is like, if you have enough classes, you're actually only getting so many cards so often that like rotation is, you're dividing the card pool in a certain kind of way. Kind of like with Thrones, it's like after 4 years of packs in that game, you really only have like 150, 200 cards for your class.
Yeah.
So,
because I don't think the idea would be like every new wave we're going to get 8 new classes.
No.
That seems ridiculous. And it seems like the classes are built generically enough that you could see different kinds of wizards, and you could see different kinds of guardians, different kinds of rangers. Right? We talked about like the crossbow ranger hero could come in, or the trap setting rainbow hero could come in. Ranger hero could come in.
Hero.
I got distracted by the foil. Ooh, rainbow.
Shiny.
Same thing with Runeblade. You could have 20 different Runeblade heroes, right?
Yep.
So,
well, go ahead.
As long as all the cards can potentially add value to any of those heroes because they're class specific, and then the other thing too is like if I'm only playing Ranger and the next set doesn't have any Ranger class cards in it, do I buy it?
Well,
or do I just still need the generics?
I was gonna say that one, you have generics, and that's where like even like set 2 didn't have any of the first 4 classes in it, and it's the foundational set. But I assume they've talked about sealed being important, that people being able to seal and draft. So like if you're throwing in cards for classes that don't really make sense for that set.
Right.
I don't think that makes sense.
Right.
So I think though
won't.
It's kind of like in the houses in Keyforge, where it's like we're just gonna have 4 houses in every set, 4 classes,
yeah.
And that you can rotate those. So it's like this is the class that has Runeblade Wizard, Guardian, Warrior.
So that's your first wave, basically.
Yeah, and you just keep going down the list.
And they've got the slots where you could technically do 5, right? You could technically do 5 without worrying too much. So you could do 4 of the initial ones and introduce a 5th class in the first set next time.
Yeah.
Now, like what you're saying, maybe the best route is 6, like 2 new classes introduce the first wave of set. So set 4 introduces 2 new classes and serves the past 4 in a more minor way. So maybe the 2 new classes get 2 cards, and then all the other ones get 1 card each in the little slots. Because how many cards do we have in the slots?
So the way the standard pack was laid out is 7.
Okay.
And it's 2 of each and 1 of another.
So you could do 3, you could 2 of one of the new classes and then 1 of the rest. And then that way you kind of start to build those new classes a little bit quicker.
Yeah, but the downside of that is draft and sealed, right? So like, I would bet.
Yeah, that's fair.
That it's basically just we're picking 4 classes, 1 of them is new, or 2 of them are new. 2 of them are previous classes that we're giving more cards to, and there's generics. And like, that's just how you float it.
That's fascinating.
And you rotate through, right?
But then that would mean that, set 4, 5, and 6 might not have anything from a previous class.
Yeah.
Class
because like we're getting set 3, which is boosting all 8 of the initial. So when the next set comes out, if you are adding new classes for them to be on this level, like because the other classes all had 2 sets of cards happening.
Yeah.
So like they're gonna need a full set. So it might be first set is literally just
classes,
just the new stuff.
Yeah, like 4 and 3 for each.
Yeah.
And then the question is like, so if I'm playing Guardian 3 years from now, do I have to try to find Crucible of War cards? Like if I need, for instance, Zap, like do I have to come back and try to find cards?
Well,
because they're not rotating, right?
That's right. And I think that is what ultimately, even with the commons, provides a ton of long-term value to people collecting now, where it's like, if it, it's a collectible game.
Are they going to stop selling? Are these boxes going to stop being printed?
Well, the boxes have the illustrious alpha. The first set says alpha on it, and the second set says first edition. So that makes me think they're willing to reprint. They're just marking it as this is the first time.
So maybe like once every couple years, they might throw some more set 1 boxes in. If
and like
needed.
One thing that, and again, I'm curious how they change because they're obviously doing some things different than Magic, but they do base sets occasionally where it's like they'll reprint a bunch of the common cards that people want, and like core 2020 I think was a set or whatever.
Okay.
And so that allows new players at that point to buy that set, and you won't be able to get Fandale's Heart in a future set. That's got to be, this is the set you get it.
Yeah.
And if there's no more boxes for this, just tough luck. I mean, that's just...
Then it's potentially a lot of value there. All right, I'm going to take it to the chat here. I know you guys probably know more than I do about some things. Not all things.
Got them.
Not all things. Let's see what people are saying. Evan's saying we got better self-control than him.
Yeah, because we got cards
we only opened 3 packs.
We could be opening.
Apparently, Crucible of War has generic weapons, so any class can use it. That's interesting. Ryan's saying there will be new heroes of the same class in Crucible of War, but they might only be younglings for Blitz. Nice. So that's also fascinating.
Dude, I love Blitz.
I do too.
I'm going to hang out here for a long time.
I'm going to play, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, I need to experience full unconstructed, but I'm nowhere near ready for that.
Ryan also saying no rotation, phasing individual heroes in and out. So you could see Bravo come back in 2 years later, right? That's totally fascinating to me.
Yeah.
Simon Granith here on YouTube saying, just 2 days ago, ordered the starter decks and 2 IRA demo decks. Really looking forward to learn this game. Do it, Simon. It's great. Definitely worth your time. Ryan saying, it seems like some of the extra power cards are the hero specialization cards like Showtime. So we might see a lot more specializations in Crucible of War.
That's what I'm expecting for sure.
Lion Day says, we know they're not sticking with just the 8 classes. Nick says there's a new class called Shapeshifter in the next set. I'm still not convinced that's a new class. I think Shapeshifter might attach to a current class and allow you to use cards from like both classes or something. Like you're saying, right? Like dual class kind of stuff. Lion Day saying each set doesn't have to add support for each class. That's what the generic cards are for. Yeah, that's fair. Dieter said, some friends didn't like the idea of retiring a hero since you'd have spent money and time to build a Bravo deck and then it's retired, possibly making a lot of the power cards in his deck obsolete. Well, that's kind of the argument about rotation forever, right? That's always going to be the case. But I think the fact that they can come back in kind of makes that okay. And you could always see every hero is unretired for an infinite style format or whatnot. It's the same thing of like any collectible game saying, well, the cards I spent a lot of money on 5 years ago, I can't play in the modern format. It's like, well,
yeah. And I mean,
welcome to life.
I think the other important part is obviously you can do whatever you want when you're playing at home. You can do whatever you want locally if there's formats. I'm sure there will be infinite formats where everything ever is playable and you can play all the heroes and whatever. But they're just saying at their main qualifying prize specific nationals, worlds, event style stuff, that's what that's rotating out of, right? So I won't be surprised if locally it's a lot more just play whatever you want. And then if something is too good, that's a different question.
The other thing too, the Land Day, good point here, Bravo gets rotated out, there's actually 3 cards that become unplayable, right? The Bravo specializations and stuff. So all other Guardians can use the cards that you've collected over time. And presumably they'll all play to some kind of it was similar in Warhammer Conquest. It was an LCG that maybe some of you played. But, you had for instance, for me, it was like the Imperial Guard. I don't know what their fancy name was. But you had the Imperial Guard that had a number of different warlords. And then they all had Imperial Guard cards that supported those warlords. And they were all good with the warlords just in different ways. Things that generated tokens. Like there was a card that generated troops for you, like cheap troops. And one of the warlords made those troops stronger. One of the warlords sacrificed those troops to generate effects. And like one of the warlords got stronger based on the number of troops in the location. So they all played to the similar theme. So those generic, those faction-specific cards were good for all of them, just in different ways. So I could see this being the case with Guardian. Like, probably most Guardians are going to have some kind of a, shtick where they're doing big attacks just like Bravo is, right? But just differently, right? Bravo's given his attacks dominate. Maybe there's other effects that are like, well, I want to run this, debilitate, but it's not going to hit as hard as it, or it's going to be easier to block than Bravo's, but maybe it'll be more attack damage or something.
Or
right?
What if one gave your Guardian attacks go again?
Yeah.
Or one gave your Guardian attacks +1 defense value.
Or maybe there's one that says, resolve the effect of a Guardian card twice. So it costs +2 or it's -4 to their next attack or whatever, right? There's a billion ways to do this. Wait, do we know, Ryan, do you know? Is this a real list the other 4? Oh my gosh.
That was on the Steven's excited. That
he
was
said
on,
the
that was
magic
on the
word. So Assassin, Necromancer, Alchemist, Cleric, Illusionist, Bard.
Yep, those are all on the list.
The moment that Illusionist comes into this game, it's over for me.
Can't see me.
Are you kidding me? Like, I have been obsessed with an Illusionist idea forever. But I don't know why you wouldn't just make that a wizard character. You know? Like, it doesn't seem like it's that different enough. Same with, like, Assassin versus Ranger, Assassin versus Ninja.
I get the difference between, like, an Illusionist and a Wizard. Like, Wizard is, like...
I'd love Cleric, too. That's going to be healing, and it's going to break the game. Mark my words. Mark my words. Healing ruins games. I guarantee you Cleric is going to be a tough one.
I like the idea of a Bard.
Yeah, so what's the... I mean, how is Bravo not a Bard?
So, thematically, in the story at least, he's a Guardian. Because he's like a protector. And
He's singing about protecting people, though, is he not? No one.
He was the strong man of a circus, traveling circus, basically.
Okay, so maybe he's not singing. He's just stronging.
He's just
okay,
powerful.
That's fine. So he doesn't have like a lute or anything. These classes are amazing. That gets me super excited. Some people are going to go bananas over the Necromancer. Some people go bananas over the Alchemist. All of these classes are hitting really nicely on like the I can find something I love.
Well, and they seem like they'll be different, right? Like it doesn't seem like they'll play the game in the same way.
Yeah, man, Illusionist, are you guys kidding me? That is like, oh my gosh. That actually, I'll stick in, even if I hate this game over time, I will keep playing it until I see
Illusionist
the
comes out.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah, with that many classes, you know, I mean, that's where it's like, if we think about a year's worth of cards, right now it's divided by 8 classes across 3 sets. And like, I don't feel like I have that many options yet. Like when I'm deck building, it's not extensive, especially with a full 80 card deck. So over the next 2 years, if they introduce 6 more classes even, let's say it's 2 or 3 a year. Let's say it's 2 a year. In the next 3 years, you're only going to get so many cards for each class.
Yeah.
And each card's going to interact with the heroes differently, with the weapons differently. So I think they have a long time before we have the glut problem. But it's a real thing. Like eventually, I wonder if instead of rotation, those have formats.
Yeah.
Where it's like, you know, the 2023 format is just the stuff released that year. And then you'll have the everything format.
Maybe do some reprints. Saying Nick, that's right. Ryan, this is some of my favorite stuff in games. Saying there are some Guardian cards now that are subpar with Bravo. So you know that's seeding a new hero type that's going to come in.
Yeah.
We should look at the cards that you don't want to run with Bravo, and we would know what the next Guardian's going to do.
It's pretty simple. It's like auras and
it's
like the
auras.
defense and like it's Guardian, right? So he's the punchy Guardian, but I feel like we're going to get some like really hard to hit.
You can get once per turn, play an aura, draw a card, that kind of stuff, right? I mean, you get +1 to every attack for every aura you have in play. I mean, this stuff writes itself, right?
Really, it does.
All right. I do need to build the avatar. That's right. You're building Firelord Kano. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, when you play an aura, heal at 1 HP. That wouldn't be shocking.
Tom McCall, this is as irresponsible as it is hilarious. My girlfriend just rang me. I hope I'm saying yeah in the right places.
Yeah, my full attention,
giving
I
all of us
swear.
a bad name.
I swear. You have my attention.
Water, dude, Andre, if it's a water illusionist, I will die. I will literally die on camera if that's announced. And then play it in the afterlife. Can you imagine a water illusionist? I would die.
I mean, are we not going to get a water wizard? That's got to happen, right?
You tell me. I mean, I sure hope so.
Or like an ice. I mean, it's probably ice, but it's got to be one or the other.
Evan asking, any update getting access to the book somehow? No update yet. The update is we're trying. Man. Oof. Man, I'm thinking about that water illusionist now, and I'm almost dying right now.
I mean, may as well just not play until then. Just kidding.
I wonder if they will be subclasses, right? So you could easily see that illusionist would be like but that would just be a specialization, I would imagine. That's the fun of it. We get to discover it together like friends.
Meanwhile, I'm over here.
I need to actually do something productive.
You're good. I mean, this is the Dorinthia stack. I don't know what state it's in.
You know, as much as I like Dorinthia, I just feel a little like it's already been done.
I mean, we're not exactly the first people to this table.
Can I build a weird Dorinthia? Somebody give me a weird
surely,
Dorinthia build.
Surely you can, right?
Can I make this worse? Okay.
Let's
see
down,
what
Charlie.
Dorinthia is up to. Now, do we have her specialization or anything weird there?
You have that. I'm going to help you with that pile once I get these cards out of here.
Is this just a pile of all cards?
All of Dorinthia's cards, yeah.
No, is it separated by rares and stuff? It is not. You awful, awful person. Ooh, Singing Steelblade.
I'm sorry that I just sorted it by type.
Do we have Singing Steelblade? Can we see that?
I'll save that
Bryce?
one for you.
He's taking the gig. Yeah, look at that. This card is a good enough reason to play Dorinthia.
Yeah, I told you about the choosing ceremony they have, right?
Yes, where you just grab the weapon you
Well,
want.
you go into this room and then like, basically,
don't die. Do
there's
people die in there?
No, there's all sorts of things in there, but it's related to the what's going to be your profession. Her family comes from a long line of like armorers, so she thought she would go in and it would be the armorer
Like a
stuff,
hammer or
yeah.
something, yeah.
And then instead, it was like all these steel blades started lighting up and like spinning around and flying and whatnot. So it was like some special thing. And then she reaches out and grabs one. That's her dawn blade.
Well, that's just amazing. Knowing me,
Yeah.
I'd get like a shovel.
Dig the ditches, boy!
Well, okay. This is my life now. All right, so let's pull out all the rares and just kind of see what the hotness is with this warrior faction.
We need more newts.
Everybody just want to watch some guys sort through some cards?
You want to give us that top down again?
Yeah. Now that I'm not addressing the crowd.
That's right.
All right, let's take a look.
And we were sorting.
Okay, Steelblade Shunt I think is a really important card. Now that said, it's completely worthless against Kano, so thanks for that.
What's it do?
Well, it's got to defend. Ooh, we got a foil one too. It's got to defend a weapon attack, and if it does, it's 6 defense. This card is amazing. It's 6 defense, and if it defends a weapon attack, you deal 1 back to the attack.
I like how quickly you backed off of that claim.
Well, it's just like, but the wizard's not doing weapon attacks.
You don't know that.
What's your weapon? You're gonna hit me with your staff?
You never know, dude.
You're not. I do know.
You're right.
I do know. I've seen the cards.
We need more potions.
Yeah, we're gonna have to just sub those in and out.
Yeah. Or open a lot more products. You know how I
Or
feel.
that's where you go to the singles, honestly, on those potions.
Yeah.
We're
Agreed.
working on that, by the way. Can I say that?
You can say whatever you
I guess
want.
I'm kind of in charge of that side of things, so I can and I did. Yeah, we're gonna get some singles going.
I did have some extra of these. Look at these potions.
Oh, good.
We'll see what we need.
Those are the ones
I
you need.
I have the strength potions too.
Oh, nobody needs those.
You do. Don't you want your attacks to be more?
No,
Old Dorinthia?
No, I hate that.
I hate that.
It's the thing
What
I
we
want the
really need
least.
more of is the red sink below. Side note. Let's see if we got any of these packs.
Glint the Quicksilver, what are you up to? Majestic?
Yep. That's the art I love. It's on a playmat.
Oh my. What a card.
What's it do? Blue version.
So, most importantly, it's a 0-cost target weapon attack gains go again as a reaction.
Okay.
But then it's got the reprise thing. So if the defending hero has defended with a card from their hand, this chain link, draw a card. And that's why our reactions are going to be really important. We'll have to pull up the Archaic Chart of Terror.
Archaic Chart of Terror.
That's right.
All right. Yeah, I only have one yellow Sonic Boom. It's majestic, and I really...
Better not play Guile.
I want this foil. Picture that foil.
I would love that.
It would look so good, my friends.
I went to a music festival called Sonic Bloom once. It was actually horrible.
Really?
Just in case, yeah. In case you're ever...
I mean, it's literally, there's only 2 ways that goes.
It was so weirdly, it was just off. Apparently, it's gotten better in Colorado. Oh my gosh, we've got a ton of great cards for her, man.
Dude, I opened an extra box while you were gone when I was deck building of that set.
Really?
So we had an extra one because they sent us a box way back.
So you had an extra box of cards against my Azalea. Nobody told me that. Why?
I did tell you multiple times, not on camera, on camera. So I was building Bravo, and I was like, I'm going to open up another box because I really wanted, there's one card I really didn't have for Bravo. And I was like, I just want one copy of this. So I opened a box, but then I got like 5 Dorinthia cards.
Oh, you did tell me that.
Which
yeah.
is why you have
I
a
wasn't
big stack
listening.
of awesomeness now.
My wife is right. Cool, coming. Man, I've got a bajillion of the rares for her. Just literally 1 bajillion. This is insane. It's too many. Okay. So here's all of the cards that are going to help define what I might be wanting to do. So let's look at the big ones. Okay. Yeah, that's right, Evan. For Sonic Bloom, but don't worry, Sonic Bloom's advertising will be replaced by Nalgene. Made in the USA, HDPE free plastic. Soft. I like the soft ones. They make the new ones are rigid. The soft ones are better. They're about 5 ounces lighter, so if you're going backpacking, keep that in mind.
Man, I'm keeping it in mind.
Don't put them in the
idea.
microwave.
All right, so technically,
All right, overpower a billion different ways. Warrior's Valor.
so let me help you out. I'm gonna stack these up, and I'm gonna help you sort for a minute, and then we'll come back to
Okay.
my strats.
Thanks. All right, so I'm just gonna take 2 of everything and be done with it.
Hand me that stack. Let's just sort.
Okay.
What are you sorting my card right now?
Yeah, I'm just looking at all my rares. So I'm gonna get 2 of every
Got it.
rare,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then I'm not gonna worry about the rest of it because that's the max that I can put in this deck. We got Warrior's Valor, already got. Route, that's a big one.
And Dorinthia's thing is she has her Dawnblade, and basically you're trying to, if you hit with a Dawnblade, you get a token,
You're just trying to juice it up.
and that makes it stronger.
That's right.
But if I ever block it completely, you lose all those tokens.
That's right.
So you really don't want that to happen.
I always want damage to be going through.
So you almost want
At
to
least
like
1 damage.
things that I like. Just thinking about it out loud is like the Scar for a Scar, Life for a Life that has Go Again if you have less life.
100%.
So you're basically trying to draw the defense cards, and if they don't, they're just taking damage from that. But if they do spend their cards there, then when it comes time for the blade to actually hit, I also like reactions that make your blade plus after the fact.
Yeah, definitely. You got to have those. I think she's got a lot of those in the pool too. Like it's got the katana or wakizashi or whatever on it. You know, you're looking at the reflection in the blade.
Oh yeah. I love that art.
I just played it.
Something strike?
Steel.
Steel blade strike? No.
Steel. Nope. Steel.
We could do this all day.
It's happening. Razor reflex.
We were so close.
Oh, Michael, you're right there with us.
Simi, Swami, Swami, Simi, Samsonite. I wasn't even close. You were way off.
All right, and we still have generics too.
Yeah.
Those are just, wow.
Yep, it's a process.
It's a lot to do.
It'll pop together real quick though, because all these cards
Says you.
are literally, you have the same card. It's just a matter of which resource version do you want.
You're feeling comfortable with deck building, right?
I'm pretty comfortable, yeah.
That's what
But
I'm
you know, I
based.
haven't looked at Dorinthia at all.
Good morning, David.
She's one of the few I think we both have some interest in. All right, let's see what she's got.
Now in Blitz you can't sideboard cards as much, so that's interesting because
Read at all.
if I were going into a Blitz tournament, I would definitely include Steel Blade Shunt, even though you and I are going to be playing Kano.
Yeah. Now I'll also, you know, from time to time switch over to Bravo just to give you some, like we'll do a little interchange.
Do a little swap, and
So-
then I'll also be hitting you with Azalea.
Yeah, but that's ultimately I think what makes that sideboard so good, is that like, obviously against Kano there are going to be some dead cards.
Yeah.
So like you see a wizard and it's like, all right, now I can flip to some armor that's actually going to do something and some cards that aren't going to be dead.
I'm gonna hit the bathroom.
All right, I'm just going to be sorting. It's like
We were sorting.
what's his name? Ron drinking whiskey at the fireplace. Just looking like a hilarious. How's everyone doing out there and back there? Yeah, Aaron, I totally agree. Dumb and Dumber is one of the most quotable movies of all time. What are some of the kind of clutch must-have Dorinthia cards? That way when Steven gets back, I can spend my time convincing him he shouldn't be playing them. That's what's pretty cool. Once you took the rares out, right? Like, I'm going through these warrior cards, and there's really just 6 cards. There's the red and the blue and the yellow versions of them, but there's not a ton. I love this phase of a game when you're learning, but also when it comes to deck building and stuff, you're dealing with a much smaller pool of cards. It just makes it easier to not like just think about what you're going to do all day. You just get to go do it, which I like. Once I get these sorted, we'll just look at each effect, and basically that's my deck building process, was just kind of looking at what is capable and looking at your hero and their weapon, and then trying to figure out how you're going to use those to create cool moments and effects. So hey, check this out. On the common front for warrior, there's only 6 cards.
Good.
There's the different colors, but I think it's when I was building. Once you zoom out enough to understand that. It's really not too terribly many decisions on which cards you're running. It's a matter of what color resources, and are you running 2, or are you running like the red and the blue, or the red and the yellow and the blue, if you really need the effect. So I think running those down with Dorinthia will give you the kind of zoom out you need to make actual decisions.
Let me eat it Oreos real quick.
Yep, I'm going to do a lot of talking. All right, so first we have Driving Blade Red. Mm-hmm. 2 cost, so they're all going to be 2 cost. Your next weapon attack this turn gains +3, go again. So
important.
The blue version is +1, but of course it gives you 3 resources. So that's just a boost. Next we have...
Most importantly, go again on the blade, right? Makes the blade go again.
Yeah, it makes the blade go again.
So your second weapon attack is when you get the counter. So we need to make the blade go again as a rule.
So let's pull up Downblade real quick. Cost 1, so it's a 3 damage attack, cost 1. If it hits and it's the second time, you get the counter. At the beginning of your end phase, if Downblade didn't hit this turn, remove all counters. What?
You gotta hit with a sword.
Every time.
Every time.
I thought the counter went on, and then if you missed with it, it went away.
No, if there's ever a turn you don't hit with it, it's gone.
Okay, so go again on that thing it's like a cascade of horribleness. Huh.
And as long as you can keep giving this a go again, you can attack forever.
And it gets worse every attack.
And just keep.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Nature's Path Pilgrimage, cost 1, and it's your next weapon attack this turn gains +3. If this hits and you have no cards in your arsenal, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's an action, put it face down into your arsenal. So it's literally a plus, right?
Is it a reaction? What is it?
It's a warrior action. So it has go again. So it costs 1, your next attack's +3, and if you hit, you can put something in your arsenal face up. That's an action. And
from top of deck?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's inconsistent.
So it will be good if you have any form of opt going on, which
yep.
That's in a separate stack for me. Next, we get Biting Blade. It costs 2. Target weapon attack gains +3. It's a reaction.
That's important.
Attack reaction, +3. Reprise, if the defending hero has defended with a card from their hand this chain link, weapons you control gain +1 till the end of the round. So
that's a great card.
+1 or +3, and also +1 if they've defended this round already. And it's a reaction. So that's a good card. Next, we have Stroke
cost 2?
Yep.
But
it's a surprise +3, right? Mm-hmm. Stroke of Foresight, cost 1. Target weapon gains +3. And this is a reaction as well. If the defending hero has defended with a card from their hand this chain link, draw a card. Put a card from your hand on the top or bottom of your deck. So top of your deck.
There's a Nature's Path Pilgrimage
and I'm
play
gonna
right there. There's a sequence.
This is the boost. This is boost and go again. Next, we get Iron Song Response. Attack reaction. Reprise. If the defending hero has defended with a card from their hand this chain link, target weapon gets +3. 0 cost.
So reprise everywhere. Iron Song Response, and it just gives reprise. That's all it's doing. 0 cost, essentially. Ooh. And if you've defended, so reprise is a different ability every time.
Yeah.
So it just means they've defended with a card. Target weapon gets +3. Okay, yeah.
So 0 cost. If they've defended, you get +3.
You gotta love that.
And then last but not least, on the commons, we have Sharpened Steel, which is 0 cost, warrior action. Your next attack gets +3. Go again.
Can't hate that either.
So you see what's happening here.
Yeah, you're going again and you're sharpening your sword.
All the reds do +3. All the blue versions do +1. Yellows do +2. This one is just +3, go again. This one is an attack reaction that's +3, and if they've defended, you get +1. This is +3. If they've already defended this round, you draw a card, and then put a card on the top or bottom of your deck. This one is +3 if they've defended, but it doesn't cost you anything.
Yeah, I love those 0 cost buffs. And then Pilgrimage is interesting, so it's going to give you the +3 as well, but then it's also going to play something from the top of your deck into your arsenal. So any cards that get better when they're played from your arsenal? Yes. Let's look at the...
the rares are important to see.
Let's look at the rares, yeah. So Overpower is expensive. 3 cost. Target weapon gets +4. If you defend it, it gets an additional +2. So that's a +6 for 3. I don't know, I'm a little skeptical of that. Steelblade Shunt is my defense reaction. So red Steelblade Shunt. Costs 1, blocks 6. Can't hate that. And then 1 damage back to the attacking unit. That's a game ender.
You beat me with that once.
People get stuck
I was down to
health.
1, and you're just like, boop.
Yeah. And then Warrior's Valor. 1 cost action. Next weapon gets +3. This is red. If it hits, it gains go again. And then you get to go again, right? So +3, go again if it hits for 1. That seems really important for Dorinthia. All right, what's everything that says go again on the weapon attack? On the weapon attack specifically, Driving Blade?
Driving Blade.
So we definitely need Driving Blade and Warrior's Valor.
So
seems obvious, right?
What's Warrior's Valor do?
It's essentially the same. I think, is that a reaction?
Warrior action. But it has go again.
Yeah, this one does too. My next weapon attack is +3, and if it hits, gains go again. What does that say?
Your next weapon attack this turn gains +3 and go again.
Oh, so it's just a better version of this. How much it costs?
Yes, but
2?
this costs 2.
Yeah, so basically it's a more expensive Warrior's Valor. What's it block for?
3.
Okay, so yeah, it's more or less identical. Okay.
Then we have neutrals to contend with in a minute.
Yeah.
So what's your...
All right, let's look at these fancy cards too.
Oh, yeah. Lord.
Singing Steel Blade. Warrior attack reaction. Target weapon gets +1, and it has a reprise ability. Search your deck for an attack reaction card, banish it, then shuffle your deck. You may play it this chain link. So you can go get any attack reaction and play it.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good. Route Red, which I believe is the only one, super rare. Target weapon attack gets +3 on the reaction, and then reprise, return a target non-equipment defending card to the owner's hand. Wow, that's amazing.
Wow, that is crazy.
Now, okay, so you would have to pay to play it again, because you could play it after that. Glint the Quicksilver Blue, it's a 0 cost card. Target weapon attack gains go again. Reprise, if the defending hero has defended, draw a card. Okay, so 0 cost go again is where you're at there, so that's a 2 of, if you could find it. Steelblade Supremacy on the specialization. Until the end of the turn, target weapon gains +2, and whenever it hits, draw a card. So this is the turbocharger. And then Iron Song Determination, a warrior action. Target weapon gains +1 and dominate.
That could be good because you have a lot of ways to give plus a lot.
Oof. Yikes. Wow.
People want you to read this yellow Flock of the Featherwalkers.
Okay, I'm in.
It's right here.
Isn't that the one that you put the top card, you can pay for it by putting the top card of the thing, putting your hand on the top card, or... Reveal a card in your hand with cost 1 or less. Create Quicken. When you play an attack action or attack with a weapon, destroy it, go again. Yeah, you gotta have that. You might have a lot of these, actually.
I'm just getting...
So the natural way to build Dorinthia is just go again on all the sword stuff, but I wonder if there's a worse way to build it.
It's also Razor Reflex. Blue Razor Reflex. Pop that up.
What if, Zach? What if...
Play that jazz, man. Play that jazz.
Now, we also have Dorinthia's once per turn. If your weapon hits, you can go again with that weapon. So she always is giving me essentially kind of a go again if it hits. So that first attack really needs to hit. I wonder if this is all just kind of a red herring. Just kind of a... You know how designers will do that? They'll put it right in front of your face, and then you realize, like, 2 years later, they're like, wait.
I mean, my question is, like, almost all these cards give a weapon plus.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what she's doing if she's not doing that. What's your theory?
Oh, let me tell you what she's doing. So what does somebody want to do? So when you're coming up against Dorinthia, you want to make sure that first attack doesn't hit. That can potentially shut her entire turn down.
Well.
So I maybe don't. I kind of am on this page, right? I maybe don't mind having go again standard attacks that you lead with. And then what does your opponent do, right? Like, they've got to save their defense for the sword.
Yeah,
because if they don't...
I think Life for a Life and Scar for a Scar are super good out of Dorinthia. Either or both, or I don't know how you
And I'll bet
slice
most
it.
people probably don't. They probably just go all in on sword ideas.
Because, like, you basically are just putting them in that weird position, right? Where it's like, well, if you block Scar for a Scar, it's going to get very bad for you. And if you don't block Scar for a Scar, I'm just going to hit you for, the 4 that it's doing.
Right.
Which is a totally great exchange.
Evan, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. That was sloppy language, ultimately. So she doesn't get to go again with the sword, but she can't attack with it again. So you still have to give it go again in some way. I remember learning that the first time I tried to play this. Honestly, don't you think a lot of these decks are basically going to be, what are you running 3x?
Oh, because Dawnblade's once per turn.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't want too much go again.
Well, it's always going to get a chance to happen twice.
Yeah, but you can use this twice, basically.
Only twice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Only twice.
Foresight's pretty good if you end up caring about what's on top of your deck. It's +3 to the next attack. Action card, though, so not as good. If you're a weapon.
Very much not as good. Because I kind of am feeling like you choose like one of these cards, and that kind of defines your deck, just like it does in other games, like Marvel Champions. Where it's like, or Arkham's a good example of this. It's like, here's the one card that makes this deck really what it is. So I think you can either play into Nature's Path and do a lot of efficiency of getting the top card in your arsenal and hit it like 80% of the time because you're running a ton of action cards. And if you're doing that, then you're getting into some weird jazz. Then you're running none of the reactions, which seems hilarious to me, honestly. Because an action card isn't a reaction card, right? Maybe let's just build this poorly.
Well, let me look at this. So these are all reactions. These are both actions.
Yeah, so here we go.
So, like, there's a reactive way to play, and then there's the proactive way to play. I think if you're going to go...
Can't spell proactive without pro.
That's right.
That's where I'm at.
This is also reaction.
Yeah, I want to do something weird, okay?
We're doing it.
We're going to do something weird. We're going to run none reactions and see what happens. And we'll probably run 3 Nature's Path, because that's kind of the point of the deck. I want to see how weird you can get in deck building. You know what I'm saying? Let's go.
Why else are we here?
Let's go.
So
I'm going to run all 3 different Nature's Path. It's going to be horrible.
I don't know if that's true. It's +3, my man. And then less good later on.
And then progressively less good.
But
yes, I understand. Okay, so we got that. Now, is there any other way to get Dominate?
This is for you.
Is there a generic way to get Dominate?
I don't think that exists now.
Oh.
If it did, I would have surely come across it.
Yeah, right?
So I do really like Red Life for a Life. Are there other Life for a Lifes?
Yeah, tell me. I need another Iron Song Determination. I'm about to crack a bunch of packs here.
What's Iron Song Determination?
It gives a target weapon +1 in Dominate until end of turn.
You see it? What kind of card is it?
It's an action. It fits
No, what
perfectly
kind of
in
rare
the deck.
is it? Super?
Super, S. Silly rare.
Well, here you go.
I'm not digging for that card.
Pay the man.
Yeah.
Who knows what's in here? Could be a Fabled. We haven't even seen a legendary in our case either. Just saying.
Okay, what are all the other action cards that would matter here? Do you have all the generics out currently?
They're all right here. They're also organized.
Ugh, gross. I'd like to break that wide open.
I mean, there's not that many.
So Warrior's Valor is another action, so that's good. So let's just go.
Let me read through these red
Let's go here.
generics for you.
Let's get stupid.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
It's not that big of a stack, actually, especially given how many of these we have. Okay. So I don't think you're going to play this. It's Sigil of Solace, red. These are all red, Bryce. 0 cost, gain 3. No. Nimblism, 0 cost, the next attack action card with a cost 1 or less, so you play this turn gains +3.
I'm interested in that as an idea.
Nimblism is the card. So literally this would make Life for a Life and Scar for a Scar +3, and it's free. Like it's.
And there's a weird nimblism thing that you can do too.
Yeah. Sun Kiss.
Skip it. It always overwhelms me.
Whisper of the Oracle. Opt 4, go again.
Not bad with Nature's Path. Let's skip it for now. Skip it for now. Yeah, skip it for now.
Lead the Charge. 0 cost, generic action. The next time you play an action card with a cost 0 or greater this turn, gain an action point.
Yes.
Go again.
Want it.
I love that card. Scour the Battlescape. 0 cost, generic action attack. You can put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck. If you do, draw a card. If it is played from Arsenal, go again. It's a 0 cost attack that gets go again if you put it down in your arsenal.
Yes, let's put one in. Let's put them in.
Wounding Blow. 0 cost, 4 damage attack. Nothing fancy. Fervent Forerunner. 0 cost. If it hits, opt 2. If it is played from Arsenal, go again.
Let's get it in there.
That's actually more interesting to me than Scour.
Let's get it in there.
Why? Hold on. Oh, it lets you put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck and draw. It's a little different. Ravenous Rabble. You know what this does.
Yeah, I'm not sure my curve's going to be low enough for that. Let's just...
0 cost attack with go again.
0 cost attack with go again. You can't hate it, right?
That kind of at least goes in the Scar for a Scar, Life for a Life pile.
Yeah.
Fate Foreseen, 0 cost to opt 1. That's probably a blue card, if anything. Chains of Eminence, you're never going to play that.
You're so right.
Foresight, +3, opt 2, go again. It would make your attacks better, but not your sword, so... You know.
I don't want it. I don't need it.
Come to the fight, same thing. Vigor Rush, if you played a non-attack action card this turn, it gains go again. 1 cost attack for 4. I don't think that's doing it. Back Alley Breakline, if activated ability or action, put this into your zone zone from your deck, gain an action point. So
face up's got to go face up?
No. If an activated ability or action card effect puts Back Alley Breakline face up into your zone, yeah.
I can't even do that.
Nimble Strike. As initial cost to play Nimble Strike, you can banish a card named Nimblism from your graveyard. If you do, Nimble Strike gains +1 and go again.
Yeah, let's throw that in. We're going to do a Nimblism, Nimble Strike, Dorinthia.
Push the point. If the last attack on this combat chain hit, push the point gains +2. It's a 4 for 1.
Yeah, let's put it in there.
Really?
Yeah.
You crazy.
Why wouldn't you?
I don't know what you're doing.
Well, I'm just looking at all the actions.
Razor Reflex.
Roll through them. No, don't need it. It's a reaction. Don't want it.
Regurgitating Slog. That's a slogism thing. Moonwish, you passed. Rifting, if it hits, you can play your next non-attack action card this turn as though it were an instant.
No. There's going to be a weird way to run that in non-wizard.
Yeah. If Cadaverous Contraband hits, that's the name of the card, you put a non-attack action card from your graveyard on top of your deck.
Yeah.
I mean, it would put whatever you want on for Pilgrim.
It's not bad. What's the stats on it?
2 cost for 6.
Hey, I like that. Yeah, that's a nice amount of attack there.
Demolition Crew. As initial cost to play Demolition Crew, reveal a card in your hand with cost 2 or greater. It has Dominate, 2 for 6.
That's pretty cool. I like that a lot, actually. They're all pretty good. I mean, it's amazing. They kind of do it like the best games, where they're just one degree off from each other, so you don't really know.
Enchanting Melody. Generic action, Aura, go again. If you would be dealt damage, instead destroy Enchanting Melody and prevent 4 of it. At the beginning of your end phase, destroy Enchanting Melody unless you have played a non-attack action card this turn.
Yeah, we should put that in there.
Big old pile. No.
Anything, particularly anything that gets good if it's played from the arsenal, is kind of what I'm looking forward to.
Unmovable. Red, 3 cost,
Is it a
7
reaction?
defense. It's a reaction.
Get it out of here.
Those are the red. Those are the
Don't
reds.
need it. Okay, so if we're gonna do something that's like Nature's Path is really the key here.
So Nature's Path, what? It gives you +3. It has go again, and then
If it hits, it puts the top card in your arsenal.
that could be weirdly good.
That's what I'm saying. So like we're gonna build it all efficient.
Now,
what about cards like Snatch or Plunder Run and that kind of stuff?
That's where I'm going. I have those in my stack somewhere.
Oh my gosh. Of course. Yeah, Jordan, it is going to be bad. You got to start out bad to get good, right? I mean, you could build, if you want to build a standard Dorinthia, you don't need to reinvent the moon here. Put the reaction cards in and be done
So
with it.
yellow Plunder Run, 0 cost. The next time an attack action card you control hits this turn, draw a card. If it's played from Arsenal, the attack action gets +2. The red one's +3.
No, 100% that. Like, are you kidding me?
That's what you want.
Yeah, see, the idea is going to be, it's going to be all surprise. People are going to be so surprised they're not even going to know what to do.
I believe.
I can also take, I probably need one like reaction that's going to give, I'll probably run a couple of the reactions that give go again to the blade. So, and then there's Featherwalkers. I definitely want Featherwalkers. That's so good here. Actually, I probably run at least 2 colors of that. Target attack action card. Don't really need that. Gains +3. Target is offended. So there's really, I mean, in terms of the ways that you get Driving Blade, I'm going to throw in for sure. +3, go again. Yes. We want that. Okay, so actually this is actually not bad, man. Okay, we'll do a stack there. Sharpened Steel is going to give me additional.
I mean, you're not going to be running bad cards.
No, there are no bad cards, right?
Well, I don't know that.
Okay, so these are done. We don't need these. We've got our stacks here.
So you're running 6 Warrior's Valor.
We don't need these. Well, not necessarily. You ever build a deck by just putting exactly the cards you're going to put in there?
That's how I write my essays. That's how I write
Yeah,
my
right.
book.
Just bang them right out. No corrections needed.
Well, you're the editor. I do just bang them right out. I'm like, hey,
Yeah.
Steven, proof this.
Well, I don't have one here. Okay, I don't need the Stroke of Foresights, so I'm going to dump those here. We can keep them separate to make it easier. Iron Song isn't going to matter, so we don't need that.
Now, here's a question: Are you not running defense reactions? Because I find those very good all the time.
They're all the time good. Yeah, I could run some. I'm not against it. We're just
I got the
we're
sync below
concept.
just
We're all
in case.
concept. Chain +1 until end of turn. Fighting Blade is a pretty good reaction here to just have in. I'll just have 1 copy there. Ooh, +2 +1. I don't mind that.
Now, on the reaction front, like if you were running a handful of the reds, where it's like the +3 from hand.
Yeah, that's where I'm going with it.
Yeah, good.
And I think I do that with Biting Blade. I think I do that with Driving Blade as well. Just to have some turns, right? So we'll do that.
Let me see.
Biting Blade, we'll do Driving Blade. Okay, done there. Overpower is just buffing attacks. I probably will run the red Steel Blade because it's good. Steel Blade Supremacy, Iron Song Determination, yes. Sharpened Steel is a great action. I'm going to do red and yellow, 0 cost, right? Just like
Yeah, for +2.
For +2 is fine. So steel blade goes out.
You're gonna have some massive attacks.
Sharpened steel here. But it's gonna be tricky. I think it's gonna be weird if it works. You know.
I think for this to work, it's gonna have to get weird.
It's gonna have to get very weird. Overpower and steel blade don't matter. Okay, out. Now we go to the weird stuff. The really weird stuff. So things that get good in the arsenal to make this thing
Step 1.
pop. Plunder Run.
So 0 cost, it gives your attack plus, and then if it hits, you draw a card.
Yes.
So if you have go again, is it attack action or is it?
Attack action card hits. Draw a card.
So
As played from the arsenal, the next attack action card is +1.
and it's +3 at red,
+3 at red.
which is super sick. But it doesn't work on your Dawn Blade.
Does not.
So just remember that. You also have Lead the Charge.
Yeah, 2 or greater, gain an action point, you know.
So the red is 0 cost if it costs anything.
If it costs anything, gain 1. That's pretty good. That's essentially like giving the blade, yeah. So most of my actions, let's see. 0, 0, 2, 2, 1, 1.
And that gives you an action point. So like even if you play those actions that have go again,
Uh-huh.
you net an action point.
Yeah. So because these are zeros, I feel like I need to just run the red. Just stick there. It's funny. The deck building in this game is all like, I want all the red cards, and then you're like, I can't play
run
anything.
all the red cards. Okay, so then other arsenal-looking things.
Like, isn't Fervent one of them, or like if it's played from the arsenal, doesn't that do something?
If it has an opt 2 and it's played from the arsenal, it has go again.
Yes, I like that.
And then you also have Scour the Battlescape. If it's played from the arsenal, it has go again. This is opt 2. This is put a card from your hand on the bottom of your deck and draw a card.
Let's have one of each. Let's have 2 of each, rather. 2 copies of
Just
each
gonna
in
put
there.
them both here.
Yeah. Raise your reflexes out.
What's this stack?
I got all the driving blade stuff. That should all be driving blades. I can
Did
throw
you
those
Feather
over
Walker?
here. I haven't done the Feather Walkers yet. Those are critical too.
I'm gonna hand them to you.
Okay, boom. Driving blade done. Feather Walker. Additional cost, reveal a card. Yep, with cost 1 or less. I actually have a decent amount of those. Okay.
So other things of supreme relevance to me before we get into the weirdest stuff. You have Life for a Life red, Scar for a Scar red, plus the other versions of Scar for a Scar technically.
Mm-hmm.
But this is basically just if you have less life,
Mm-hmm.
go again. This is if you have less life. If it hits, you gain 1. If you have less life, you have go again.
Mm-hmm.
So like those are just seemingly good. You also
Let's
have
just try
Ravenous Rabble. It's the same thing. 0 cost, 5 damage, minus however many there. You have a bunch of cheap cards right now.
Yeah. Let's put some Ravenous Rabble in there.
So you technically like these all do the same.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Just basically like you got to block something, and it's either this or the blade.
yeah, you
If
just want to
don't
send
block the blade,
something
it's
at
better.
them. Then you have the Nimble Strike Nimbleism. I think you're getting crowded already.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like a stretch to me.
Yeah, we don't need these. Let's push the point. If the last attack on this combat chain link, push the point gains a thing. So this is interesting, right? So I like this because people are probably going to block the initial dumb attacks, and then it's like, okay, I'm saving it so that.
What if they don't? They just take 4, right? I mean, that's my thing. Is like,
or like they might put in a 3, right? And so it hits, but it doesn't matter because what they don't want is the Dawn Blade to hit. So they'll want to cover up the Dawn Blade, which means that I can surprise a little push the point for 6. And it's like, because the last attack hit. And it's like, I never had any intention of swinging with the sword. You fool.
I swing with my point.
Let's throw a push the point in there.
I'm just gonna stick these there. And then the last couple of things we're down to. Technically, we have like defense reactions like Sink Below.
We don't need those, right? No, like this is stuff that you add once you actually are tweaking the deck.
Okay.
I don't want to start there.
All right, and then we also you had me put the Cadaverous Contraband.
Yeah, we don't need
if
that.
it hits, you can put it on action from your graveyard on top of your deck. Enchanting Melody. 2 cost, prevent 4.
It's kind of good because I don't really have a lot in the defense reaction lane here, but
I don't know that you're there.
it's
yet.
fine. It's 2. Again,
The other thing is we haven't looked at potions. If that matters to you.
I'll probably have to run some potions just to pay for stuff. Definitely an energy potion. I can pull them from Azalea too.
Yeah, we'll have to. Because there's energy potion, there's the action gaining. I feel like you have so much go again. The timestamp is not your friend.
Not as relevant.
Potion of strength is +2 for an attack action. So like, I mean, I don't know that you would.
Necessary.
I don't think you would do it.
Let's throw the points in. All right, what are we at? And then I'm going to run Steel Blade Supremacy and Iron Song Determination for sure. Both really strong actions. So this is interesting. All right, let's start cutting.
How many cards you got?
Well, let's find out. So these can all like get kind of sorted. The thing that's not cutting, I'm going to run all 6 Nature's Path and just see what happens.
I like that in the weirdest kind of way.
Test it. All you can do is test it. So there's 6. What is this? 12.
I lost count.
I'm at about 50-ish.
Okay, so you just need to cut 10. The other thing is, let's count your blues. 2, 4,
Energy pots,
6,
I think, are definitely in.
8, 10. Technically, there's 10 blues here, which I was doing this. I was counting on my total resource cost.
Mm-hmm.
So let's look at all the zeros you have. 2, 4, 6. I can't see over there. 8, 10, 15, 16. I think you're at 20, 24 zeros.
So there's a lot of cheap stuff.
Yeah, so you could probably go lighter on the blues than most people. 10 is pretty light already. We're already at light.
So let's roll out a blue plunder, maybe a blue flock.
You're taking these out?
Is that what you're saying?
So I was saying you only have 10 blues currently. You're already low.
I thought you said there's a lot of zeros, so you don't need the blues.
I was saying 10 is low. I want to check to see your resource curve to see if it matters that it's low. Not necessarily you need to cut more of your blues.
Okay,
Maybe you do.
Okay.
I don't know.
I mean, I've never really put the math in on it.
I like the idea of like you have several attacks that are like 0 or 1 with go again, and you're kind of forcing the issue, but then you need the money to pay for that plus a Dawn Blade or 2.
Especially a double Dawn Blade. Yeah.
But that's where like a single energy potion 2 stored is so good.
It is real good.
In your deck. So I would probably look at starting to cut some reds, if anything, if you have them, or yellows.
So let's cut. So I want to keep Driving Blade for sure. Next weapon attack gets go again. So that's like critically important. I think Flock of the Featherwalkers again. I'm just going to look for ways to also play to Dorinthia a little bit. I'm probably going to do Yellow Flock too. That Quicken token is, I think, just too critically important. I kind of like this suite of attacks.
I totally agree.
Seems important, right? So let's keep that in. We could cut this Red Plunder run because it drives me crazy to have a 1 of. Oh. Push the Point is probably, it's fun. It's probably less important. Steelblade Shunt, we could just cut that to just all in on the theme of just doing the action cards. Maybe Sharpened Steel. You know you're trading a +3 for a +2, but you maintain your resources at 2.
Yeah, I like that.
That's fine. This is not a super impactful card. Flock, Plunder Run, Steel Blade, and Iron Song. Keeping these guys where they belong.
So you're 48. We got 8 more to go.
8 more cuts.
Are you wanting 6 Warrior's Valor?
It is the way to give the weapon +3.
I'm into it, man.
It's so critically important. +2. What's the weapon doing normally? 3? So +3 is actually maybe not as impactful as a +2 or a +1 in the sense that it's probably going to yield the same exact result. 2 cards on the defense or not, barring the like 6 defense cards that you had.
Yeah.
So, how much? 8 cards you said?
Mm-hmm.
We could cut Rabble here.
Okay.
Stick with Scar for a Scar in Life. Because this might be, usually it's probably going to be like a 3. I've got a lot of yellows and blues. Could be a 2. It's not super valuable.
Yeah. I agree.
That's an easy 2 cut.
All right. It's a nice thing.
Next cut for you. What do you think?
So I don't think you're cutting this.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just start there. This, at this point, also feels sacred.
Okay.
These feel sacred.
Yes, those are all very sacred.
This is in for me. You're probably running these because they're fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Fancy
borders on them.
So then, you know.
Like lead the charge is probably not necessary. Push the point, I like it. I want to try that one out.
I think we drop this for now.
Let's drop lead the charge. Maybe one of these, Scour or Fervent, although both of them synergize really well with the cards here. But really, a 3 damage attack, if it hits you opt 2 and it gains go again, like, it is 0.
I think that's the main thing. It's like Scar for a Scar, followed by that. It's like it's so many attacks, and then it's like you just hit them with it. They can't block at all. It's really annoying. But where that balance is, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. And Scour and Fervent. So really, you know...
Because these are both Arsenal cards, right?
Yeah, you could take those to yellows, too, if you wanted to. Because, like, if they're going to block this, they're going to drop that one card to block a 3
totally
or a 2
right.
or a 1. So just, like, annoy them.
I mean, do you take it to a blue?
You could take it to a 1 damage attack with go again.
Because it's going to cost them a card no matter what they do.
Yeah.
I actually think that's totally right.
Or yellow, like, because the curve still feels pretty low. Let's just go yellow. See if we can push through 2 damage and just make it annoying.
What are the names?
Scour the Battlescape and Fervent Forerunner, which I will forever picture literally a Forerunner whenever that happens.
All right, so let's downgrade that to yellow. And then, oh, that was the wrong one.
Fervent, yeah. And then Scour to yellow. I'll probably... Oh, and Plunder Run also is one of these from Arsenal cards. 0 cost action. I might just end up cutting all of these Sharpened Steels.
It's not going to help you against old Kano.
Well, this is the +2. Next weapon gets +2.
Okay.
It's like... Yeah, I'm going to cut it. I think the sword is a prop. Okay.
Does yellow Scour exist?
It might not. In which case, we'll just leave it.
Oh, there it is. Got it. I'll have your Durantha in a short stack.
Yeah, and we'll test. We'll see if Fervent's got any goods here. Because Opt is nice, and then just a 2 go again from the discard. Scour is good too. So it's just a little bit of filtration, just making it better.
Jambalaya Slim. Sorry, he says, dang it, promo bundle sold out already again. Ugh. Sign up for the wait list. We're trying to catch that as fast as we can. Hopefully we'll get there. They went quick this time. Like, even quicker. It's crazy.
Okay. And we probably, you know, there's probably a world where we just run Plunder Run and we cut these entirely. Like, Plunder Run is your, basically your from Arsenal play.
Yeah.
But I'm not ready to do that yet. Should we start going to one-ofs? Is that too gross? That's so
How many
gross.
are we at right now?
What is that? 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20.
22 here.
22, so 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40.
Oh, you're at 40 right now.
We're at 40.
Here's this.
Let's run it. Let's run this monstrosity.
And then I'm going to use the bathroom.
And
I'm going to come
lose.
back and talk about my deck for a second. And then we'll try to squeak a game.
We'll squeak one in, yeah. Now, testing against Kano is just kind of a... What?
He's one of the gate.
It's just like, what? What am I supposed to do against this guy? And then we got equipment, too. We can't forget about equipment. I guess for this one, it's just the null run stuff. Okay.
Yeah, equipment's
Okay, powder.
I'm going to hand you the equipment. And then figure out your life.
You just have a pile of it?
Yeah. It's a pile of tokens.
I think my arsenal is going to get crowded. Pile of tokens. So basically, I just want to take some damage early, too. I guess everyone's kind of playing that game, right? That life for a life, scar for a scar game.
Yeah. I mean, you have to assume people are playing it. Those are all the tokens.
Thanks. So I'm looking for... So against Kano, right? So I just do all of the Arcane Barrier cards, right? That's the idea. Make sure that I can block it all. Spend some money. That's also interesting. So Kano puts pressure on low curve decks, which is actually pretty fascinating. Like my Azalea deck would probably get destroyed by Kano because I just don't have enough resource generation. That's actually really fascinating. It's like an answer to low curve decks. I never thought about it that way. Huh. What an interesting metagame. Tor asking, joining the stream, have you played Wizard yet? We're about to play Kano. Our experience is not that Kano is breaking the game with auto damage. I mean, breaking in the sense that it's playing more like a wizard. You know, it's doing damage in like weird, you know, fancy spell ways. But in terms of it being like too good, no, that is generally not the idea. Most would tell you that it is very much not that, which is why it's so fascinating. How's it going to work? Great question. Yeah, Evan, so yeah, exactly. So we try to stock higher every time, and we get what we can get. But the good news is that like even at the distribution level, it's having trouble staying in stock. So that's a really good sign. Honestly, it's just a really good sign for the game. It means that it's not just us that are selling it. It's local retail stores are selling it. Communities are being established, that kind of stuff, on the booster boxes. So you can't hate that. I mean, I'm very happy with that, just for the sake of the game. Okay, Mechanologist, can't run that. Wizard, can't run that. Heart and Cross Strap, cannot. Let's see if I have special warrior equipment. Ooh, the bolters, yes. That's right. Brute, ninja. Generic. Tons of bolters. Vest, the bracers, null run hood, that of course is happening, right? Snapdragon's there, iron rot's possible, iron rot, everything. I love that hood. There's a biting blade. Looky there. Goliath. Generics. Got a lot of generics. How many? What are my generic? What are my warrior?
I think there's only one warrior that's common.
And is there anything I should be looking at in terms of?
So
there's no ruined boots. Okay, and there's the rope. That's what I needed.
So the
found them.
Things that I put in my stack were arcane, standard defense, and then like anything that contributed to the strategy. So that I could basically flex to arcane if I'm playing a wizard, or armor if I'm playing and I don't need whatever the effect is.
At a certain point, I'm just looking at like, okay, so here are the things I can run. That's the first thing. So, okay, I think we've gotten through all the equipment then. That's probably, oh, there's some more. We probably have seen everything at this point that I could possibly run. I'm going to believe that and move on. So, let's do that. We've got the bolters. You got to run the warrior equipment here. When a weapon attack hits, destroy it. The attack gains go again. Yes, 100% that. Then let's zoom in on what our head slots can be in our boots. Hoods,
You shorten. Thank you for doing that.
Hoods. It's all for me.
Mm-hmm.
And then the gauntlets are guess we'll put them up here. Okay. Plate. That's there. Plenty of gauntlet options. Man, this is my favorite part of the game. I'm just gonna say
The armor.
Well, you're just like, get to dress my character. Vest, helmet, gauntlet, cross strap. Okay, so against you, I'll definitely want to have a set of Null Ruin. Trust your character playing against +2. Iron Rod is okay. Bracers, the top card of your deck. If you do, the next attack action card you play this turn is play where X is 3 minus the pitch value. So that's probably a 2+2, 2 or greater against. We'll do the bracers. Yeah. Sure. Or maybe just the Iron Rod gauntlets. Null Run there, Null Run there. Boom.
Let me grab mine real quick. Do you have the boots?
What kind of boots you need? Mage Master?
That one. Yep. And then do you have the?
Actually, I'm gonna do the bolters maybe.
Null Rune gloves?
We don't have the gloves. Are there gloves? We don't have any of them.
Huh. Let me look through this little pack.
Did you put them somewhere? You hide them since you were playing?
We have this stack of stuff that we just randomly opened that I haven't sorted yet.
Brandy, the Goliath gauntlets are better strictly, but I think pretty much everything in my deck is one cost that matters. I've got 1/2 coster there. Yeah, that's it. Super low curve, so they're not going to work for me.
Also, is that in your deck?
Blue? No, I don't run the blue ones.
It's okay, you can hand it back.
All right, we got a Cold Foil Dawnblade. We've got a Dorinthia. Ready to play a very, very weird, bad game. We've got a deck that is probably not going to work. And we've got equipment.
I guess I can just run the gauntlet because I'm going to need armor more than I need arcane barrier.
Yeah, that's right. Head stuff, foot stuff, body stuff. You know? Man, isn't that funny? Heart and cross.
I can't. I can't engage.
It's like a map. Done.
Apologies. I had no.
Awesome, John. Hey, that's great. Yeah, missed the stream while I was at work catching up on some of the Covenant podcasts. Cool. Very, very cool.
Let me count.
Hope you're enjoying those. Appreciate you listening. This is, we're building Blitz right now. So I built a very strange Dorinthia deck that is just interesting. And then Zach's working on Kano. Okay, Null Run there. All right. Are we done with the equipment?
Yeah.
Okay, it's out of here.
I'm not even gonna explain my deck.
Nah, why would you? It's wizard stuff.
I just want us to get a game in.
You just do wizard stuff.
Dude, that's the story of my life.
Just make it instant and then you cast it.
Be a wizard. I was actually surprised because when we were playing that first time, the first time we drafted, so obviously my scope was limited both in terms of my skill at the game, but then also like just understanding what cards are out there because I was just working with the packs I opened. And like essentially Kano's ability, you can use it on your opponent's turn to kind of like surprise them, but he does it on his turn just as good.
Yeah.
It's an instant ability. So then it's basically looking at like, arcane damage is just hard to block. You can't block it with standard defense cards.
Well, this is what I was thinking. It's an answer to low curve decks. That's what it is. So like it taxes your resources instead of your defense cards.
Yeah.
So like if you have something like Azalea that's running all 0 cost red cards, then I can't generate the resources to defend against the arcane stuff.
Yeah, but if you have a couple arcanes, you just pitch a 2 to cancel 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But like I had a lot of Azalea hands that were all red cards. So like, do I really want to spend
half your turn,
half my
two
cards
damage?
To block 2 damage? It's like, no, I'm just gonna get blasted.
Sure don't. So anyways.
Simon, yeah, more restocks coming on that stuff. We had some in today and they left
quickly.
Faster, it keeps accelerating, so that means that interest is growing, which is great, but it also means we can't quite keep up.
And the waitlist really helps us also just gauge how much to get and when to go back in stock. Because, it's not necessarily our intent to put it in and it immediately goes out. It's amazing that's happening, both for us just to be able to keep doing what we're doing and then the general excitement about the game. But the other thing is if we're nowhere near the wait list, then a lot of times we'll wait so that we can get more in.
Great, Evan. Thank you. What's up, TL? Everybody getting home from work at this point? A lot of people getting home from work? I'm about to leave work, you know what I'm saying?
That's right. Go curl up and listen to Taylor Swift again.
Man, I am going to, I just need to go lay on a couch.
Yeah.
I really do. Sometimes you feel like that, right? I don't know. It's like you especially, you just closed, yeah?
Yeah, I'm exhausted.
Those are card backs. I don't honor those.
Okay. They're blank because you need a handicap. I want you to actually want to keep playing.
Yeah, they can be any card in the collection. Actually, that's a fun way to test. If you guys have ever tried that,
we definitely do that.
You can put a blank card in your deck, and then or multiple, and then when you draw it, it's like, what would be the best card in this exact moment? And then eventually, you write it on a piece of paper, and then you tally it up at the end of testing and say, like, well, 90% of the time I wanted it to be this card.
A lot of times it'll be like, I'm down to 2 spots in my deck, and it could be one of any 3 cards. And then I'll write down the 3 cards on the piece of paper that I slip into the sleeve. And then every time I draw the card, I use whatever would be my maximum, but I mark down whatever it is I'm using.
Yeah.
Then after 20 games, you can pretty quickly figure out, like, oh, this was 10 of the times I wanted this one card.
This is the one.
Because a lot of times what will happen when you're testing is this specific scenario would call for card A. And it feels like that was a really important card. And in my first 5 games, card A is the card that would win me the game.
Yeah.
I get attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, but it's really good in case this happens. But then technically across 30 games, if it could have been card B, it would have won you 15.
Yeah.
But you just happened to hit the first 5 and it was the card.
Yeah, really important.
It removes a lot of bias.
Mike Pressier, where do I order online? Do you guys have a website? We do, teamcovenant.com. That's where you can order online from us in the States. We ship worldwide, but obviously the shipping's a little more expensive. Yes, TL, we did restock and then proceed to sell out in like 30 some odd minutes, which is
crazy.
Absolutely incredible. TL also saying, cracked the boxes last weekend. Didn't get anything super crazy, but sealed is a ton of fun.
Isn't it amazing?
I agree. It's so much fun. That's why you play.
Mike, I just posted a link in the chat to our website, the category for Flesh and Blood. If you want the booster box bundle, just hop on the wait list. But we have free starters for the Iris starter. You'll want 2 of those. And then we still have the starter bundle, which is the 4 core heroes from the first set.
All right, Tor also asking about, you can block arcane damage with the resources naturally. So let's pull up like a null run robe. This is so cool. It's like, I know I'm going into a fight with a wizard and I've got to get my damage, my magic prevention gear on. And then you power it, anything that says arcane barrier, if you be dealt damage, you can discard card to generate a resource to prevent that damage. So if Zach does 4 damage and I have 2 sources of arcane barrier 1, I can discard a 2 resource and block 2 of that damage. It's really nice.
I agree with this, TL. He says, good Lord. Congratulations, you guys. Let's make Team Covenant the #1 distribution for Flesh and Blood in the U.S.
Hey, we're working on it. We'll do our best. We'll do our part. You guys are clearly doing yours.
Yes.
So, thank you.
All right, here, I'm going to write down. I'm running Kano. He has an instant ability. He can pay 3. Look at the top card of his deck. If it's a non-attack action, he can banish it, which goes to the little side pile. If he does, he can play it that round as though it were an instant as well. So he can kind of sneak things in. In instants, we found out, once it's my turn to go with instants, I can just keep going with my instants. So Steven doesn't get to react to it or respond or change anything. He also has his weapon is the Crucible of Aetherweave. Once per turn instant, he can spend a resource to make the next card he plays this turn deal +1 arcane damage, which just means he can boost it. All right, you want to go first or second?
I want to go, roll.
Here's the interesting thing, even Steven.
Odds for Zackers.
Zackers.
Yeah, look at you at 15, like you think you can win.
He's a wizard, so I only get 15 health.
Help this old wizard. Deny a wizard his staff.
Would you deny
Walking stick,
a
I guess, is
wizard
actually
his
the way that
staff?
goes. It's kind of important.
All right, let's do
What's
this.
up, Aiden? Yeah, absolutely. That's cool. Spending that work money. Hey, this game brings me a ton of joy. I mean, like nothing else. All the games we have right now, I'm just so into. Hey, Mike, that's great. It says, I'll go through you guys when I want to order games I want to try. Me and my brother are getting into Skytear tonight. That's great, Mike.
Nice,
Check out.
nice.
Skytear is incredible.
It's a really fantastic game.
Super good.
That's crazy towns. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
First action is going to be Stir the Aether Winds Red.
Quick
Cost me
stir.
2, so I'm going to produce 3 and have 1 left over. And it says I can play my next wizard non-attack action card this turn as though it were an instant. And if it has an effect that deals arcane damage, instead that deals that much arcane damage plus 3.
Whoa.
Super good.
So you're going to deal some damage.
That is the trick. So then I will play as an instant, Zap. Zap red is 0 cost. Deal 3 arcane damage to a hero. Can you give me a red die so I can track?
So I'm taking 6.
Before I do that, I'm actually going to do my Crucible of the Aetherweave with my 1 resource. The next card I play this turn with an effect that deals arcane damage, instead deals that much damage plus 1. So now you're dealing with a 7.
7 damage. I can block 2, and I get to redraw, so that's worthwhile.
How about that? I'm a wizard, Harry.
Okay. So let's go.
Mike, heads up on that. If you do want to try the game, we do have those IRA decks for free on the website. You just add 2 to your cart. It's shipping. If you're in the U.S., it's going to be $3 to $5. That's a really great way to give it a try without really having to spend anything.
So let's generate 2 with a yellow plunder run and block 2.
Okay. So you're going to block 2. It's dealing 7, so you'll take 5.
Take 5.
And the score is even.
Woo!
Even Steven. How about them apples?
You know what? Hold on a second. This is actually important.
You actually want to take a damage.
It's like life for a life and stuff.
Yep.
So I can just spend 1 of those, right, to block 1?
Yep.
Maybe that's right. Maybe that's right. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do that. So I'll take 1 additional.
Okay.
And then we both drop because it's the first turn?
Yep. So my pitch goes under my deck, and I'll put this card in my arsenal, and then draw.
Okay. Leroy
Jenkins. Love it.
Huh. Okay. All right, I got you. I understand. How about some of this?
Uh-oh, here we go. Doranthia's first swing of the blade.
That's right. So let's do Scar for a Scar.
Scar. That's
Now
not
go
cool,
again,
dude.
4 damage.
Okay. I will play from my... Well, I don't have any defensive cards. Do you have any reactions?
I don't have any reactions then.
All right. From my downtown, Absorb an Aether red, and I will discard here. So I have 2 left over. It blocks for 4, and it says the next card I play this turn with an effect that deals arcane damage instead deals that much damage plus 2. Whew. But how could a wizard do that?
I know how. Okay.
By the way, constructing a wizard deck feels way cooler. This thing's cray.
Okay, then we can do this. Okay. Yeah, okay. So then let's do Warrior's Valor for 1. Red. Next weapon attack this turn gets +3, and if it hits, it gains Go Again.
Uh-oh.
I'll generate some resources here. With Flock of the Featherwalkers.
So if it hits, it gains Go Again.
If it hits, it gains Go Again.
Don't allow it.
So 2 remaining. Pay 1. Push forward the Dawn Blade.
And it has +3, right?
Yes, so it's currently a 6. +3.
Okay. I have no defense cards.
Over to you. Pass.
Reactions. I think this is right. I'm going to pay 1 for another red absorb an Aether. So now we're up to +4. And it's blocking for 4.
No reactions.
I take 2.
Take 2. Hands go again. And then this is the question. So you're going to nuke me for 4 plus something. You got to have 3 to do that. So you drop a 3, and then maybe like a zap is probably the best you got. So 3, 7. I think I'll play it cool here. You know, I'm not going to play it cool at all.
ZS saying, anyone have the Hero Starter Bundle? How is it? I think it's fantastic. It's for legitimate decks, and they're all super fun to play. But don't take it from me. Chad will also hop in on this.
But don't take my word for it.
You can take a butcher's word for it.
All right, pay 1, 3 damage up.
You got it.
Take 3. Get a token. Whee!
I shouldn't have allowed it.
The blade is growing.
But here we are. When's my next instant moment?
So let's consult the weird chart that scares me.
To the compendium.
Here we go. So the chart. So I currently did the turn player action. You passed your instant opportunity. Then we both passed. We resolved the top layer. So now it goes back to the action step. Now, if I pass and you pass, it goes to the end phase. But this is now, because I don't have an action point, I now have priority to play an instant, which I'm passing. And you now have priority to play an instant before we go to the end phase.
And do I have an instant phase in the end phase?
End of turn, I don't believe that you do. The chart says no.
Okay, so I'm going to do it now.
I think it's a sacred sacred thing. All of it happens at the end, and then you come back up.
All right. I'm going to use Kano's ability.
Yeah.
No, before I do that, instant. I'm going to use my Talismanic Lens to opt 2. Just want to give myself...
I hope there's no canceling in this game, you know? It's probably going to be. I'll bet that's how the Illusionist plays, and that's kind of a bummer. Right, Ryan's on it. No player has priority outside of the action phase, so this is your last chance.
Opt here.
Okay.
Then I use Kano's ability with 3. And he says, look at the top card of my deck. If it's a non-attack action card, let me make sure that's true. Yeah, okay. I can banish it.
Wizarding is hard.
If I do, I can play it this turn as though it were an instant. So I'm going to banish a red Reverberate. Now, technically, it could get way crazier. So I have 1 extra here. So I'll pay 1 to play Reverberate as an instant. And it says deal 3 arcane damage to an opposing hero. So it's going to be 7.
Okay.
And it says if Reverberate deals damage, I can banish it. I can banish a wizard non-attack action card from my hand with a cost equal to or less than the damage dealt. If I do, I can play it this turn as though it were an instant.
So you could chain them out.
So if this were another one, like if I hit for 4, even if it costs 3, I could just play it for free as an instant.
So I'll drop 2 to block, and then I'll take 5. Is that right?
5. Yep, you got it.
I've never heard you count out loud like that before.
And then it resolves.
It's very...
There's a lot going on.
All right, end phase. Here we go. Drawing 4, and now you're out of cards, so that's good for me. Okay.
I've never heard you count aloud like that. What is happening? Is your brain broken? I'm tired. I'm a tired man. Mine?
Yeah.
Let's just play an energy potion.
Yeah, of course.
That's instant. Get 2 resources. That's so good for Kano. I can't even explain it. How good is that card? My.
Oh, my.
Okay, Ryan. That's right. So that wouldn't let me play it for free, but it would let me play it something that costs extra less for X is the damage I dealt.
All right, so we need to start swinging with this blade, don't we?
Anyone else have a good answer for ZS asking about the starter bundle? What do you guys think? The people that have also experienced it. We had a great time with it. You can see us, the first couple of videos we did probably 2 or 3 weeks ago now, were using the starter decks.
Cost 1 or less. Okay.
These games go quick.
Need to find a way to get this. Yeah, the wizard stuff definitely does.
Once we jamming.
Okay. This is one of those turns where I need money. So I'm actually going to. I think you get a free win here. Well, no, you don't. You don't. Okay, so 1 there, 1 there. So here we go. Let's do 1 here, will be here, and then there. Because you probably have to burn 2 cards, if I'm guessing. You just threw both of your weird block 4 things. You probably don't have a lot more of those, right?
You're going to find that I love defense reactions.
All right, so let's start with Dawnblade at 4. Going to pay 1 for that. I'll drop a Warrior's Valor for 2. Oh, hold on. There's a stack here. Gonna dump them under. I like how if you forget that, it doesn't ruin the game state. It's really slick. All right, drop here, have 1 left over.
It's hitting for 4?
Hitting for 4.
You've got to have a way to boost it later. It's going to be a problemo.
ZS, yeah, no wizard stuff in the starter bundles. They only did the starter decks for the first 4 heroes, the first set. But I would absolutely say that if you're learning the game, do not start with wizard.
Absolutely not.
You feel like a wizard when you're playing it. That's the best I can describe it. You're like constantly like reading and doing this number.
What was that?
A little Gandalf and John Cena mix. You can't cast an instant. Me?
I won't put any cards in.
Pass.
I'll take 4.
Okay. I've got a action and a little response here. When your weapon attack hits, I can destroy these to go again.
You got it.
Okay. Then I'll pay 1 for Flock of the Featherwalkers. I'll reveal another red Flock of the Featherwalkers to satisfy its additional cost. 5 damage attack. If it hits, I get a Quicken token.
But then it's the end of your...
That would be the end of my activation, yes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Now what I could do, I could pop these bracers and make it like a 4, a 6, or a 7, and then you'd have to block it with something or die. Which is, should you do that? I don't know. I didn't. Go ahead.
Okay. I won't put any cards in.
All right, pass.
Let's Fate Foreseen. Red. Opt 1. Let's drop it to the bottom. Blocking for 4, so I take 1.
Take 1, and then we got a Quicken token in play. Hopefully you can't just blast me out of existence this turn, which you might be able to. That's the crazy thing about Wizard, you just know that I can't do more than 2 in prevention, no matter what I possibly have. Tokens, Quicken tokens.
You had that big stack of tokens, right?
Yeah.
Where'd you put them?
Here it is. I thought these were all equipment, but maybe, oh, there you go. Whee!
Apparently you create the Quicken token no matter what.
Yeah, it doesn't say if it hits, yeah.
And this goes out.
It's done. And then I pass my instant option because I'm out of action points. Do you have any?
I'm good.
All right. So then we'll drop these under. And I'll drop this in the here.
All right. X-Wing players. Mine?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. Red, Stir the Aether Winds. paying for it with a blue Stir the Aether Winds. But
Ooh, red and blue.
the red's firing.
Rainbows.
I can play my next wizard non-attack action card as though it were an instant. If it has an effect that deals damage, it deals that much damage +3. And I'll pay 1 for a red Scalding Rain. So this is going to be a 7 arcane damage attack.
Yikes. Okay, so 0. Let's see. We need money. 7 arcane damage attack, and I gotta watch because you can just blow me away
On the defense.
on the defense.
Yep, sure
That's
enough.
what you gotta watch out for, you know. 7 coming at me, huh?
That's it.
Just 7, huh? Oi, these Steel Blade Shunts in my hand are a whole lot of nothing. I can tell you that.
They look good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so then we'll have to do 1, 1. My equipment, when you run against Wizard, you're just less good because your equipment doesn't give you those little boosts. Oh, man. It's annoying. So annoying.
I'm a wizard here.
All right, I'm dropping these 2.
Yikes.
Because they're worthless in this matchup. And then I'll take, what, 5 you said?
5.
Boy, I'm always just taking 5 against this thing.
But now you have less health.
Yeah, that's right.
So you can play your crazy attacks. Draw my hand. Wow. Those would have been good.
For you.
Oh, you. Oh, Lord.
Okay, now we've got to think through strategy.
What's that?
Yeah, what is that, right?
I drew both my Lessons in Lava. Lesson in Lava. It's my super rare specialization card. It's really good on my turn.
Good. That's exactly what we're looking for, right?
Not as good on your turn.
So if we did 1 there, and then 1 there, and then...
Jonathan Nice says, got the booster bundle yesterday. Definitely going to go through all the cards and see what I like. It might be all of them. I think they all have cool stuff going on, so it wouldn't be surprising.
All right, first action, we're going to destroy the Braces of Belief because we do believe. So we're going to reveal the top card of the deck. And it's going to be +X, where X is 3 minus the pitch value. So 3 minus 2, so I'm going to get +1 to this attack.
All right.
Incredible turn. I get to put these on the bottom here. Can I just take them out of the game? Remove from game already. All right, so we got a floating +1 from that on the next attack action card. Then we've got Flock of the Feather Walkers coming in at a 6 damage attack. I've got to pay 1 for that. I'm using a yellow plunder run, so I have 1 left over. And we are currently doing 6 damage, and a Quicken Token will be used to give it go again, and then we'll come back in. So this happens actually immediately to give it go again when you play an attack action card, which I'm doing. And then it will also generate another Quicken Token, so I'll just put it right back.
Okay.
Yeah, Jonathan H, 100%. Lots of good heroes. And more to come, too. It's insane. It'd be super fun.
Let's just do this first.
Take it.
I'm going to take an instant. A game? Game point? I'm going to use Kano as an instant.
You're just going to take a crack at the top there?
I'm going to look at the top
You
card.
don't look like somebody who knows this is about to work.
Nope.
Especially if you dropped a sink below for it.
It's a blue.
Crazy.
Not,
Oh, yeah, too.
I had to spend 3. I need to take a chance there. Sure. Let's block for 3.
Okay.
Let's make it 4 with my gauntlet.
All right. Take it. 6 minus 4. Take 2. I have no actions. Do you have any reactions?
Let's sink below blue.
All right.
Put this under. Wait, I know what this card is. I saw what this card was. I'm not doing that. It's not good. I'll take 2.
Okay.
That breaks. This goes away. Down to 3.
Okay. Featherwalkers resolves. Quicken token is in.
It's getting feisty in here.
Chain number 2 can begin. I need 1 resource.
You have one.
That's what I need.
You need to be able to play that and attack. I get it.
Don't I?
Here's a potion.
Oh, don't I? Oh my gosh. Okay, second combat chain. Let's pay 1 for a 4 damage Dawn Blade attack.
You got that +3 in hand for 1.
Oh, you don't even know. How could you possibly know, you know?
All right, hitting for 4.
Mm-hmm.
Let's block for 3.
All right.
And then I'll go ahead and drop a Sink Below in to get me to a 5.
All right. End of the combat. Token goes away because it didn't hit this turn. Plunder Run goes on bottom. Quicken token gives me go again. But since it didn't hit, it's of no value. So doesn't much matter. So then I'll draw back up to 3.
My turn.
It's yours, yeah.
Pass.
That's right. Oh wait, I get to put this in the arsenal. That's right. That's the idea. You're groaning. You got the wizard groan here.
My next, literally, there's the top card, and then there's every other card, which would have been awesome. It's okay.
Okay, well.
I'm a wizard, Harry.
So don't blow me up here is the idea. Oh, man. So let's start with...
Oh, token cleared off the Dawn Blade. I like that.
Yeah, that's nice. Basically, how much can you deal with? How much can you deal with?
I thought surviving that was the thing I needed to do to win.
I mean, that's a pretty good idea.
It was not enough. That's the narrator coming in. It was not enough.
All right, so let's start out with
Don't do that.
with the one that we need to do here. Start out with Yule Steelblade Supremacy. And we're going to do...
What?
Plunder
This card
Run.
looks way too good.
It's good, yeah.
End of turn, target weapon gets +2, and whenever this weapon hits, draw a card. So that is +2 and draw a card.
That's right. We'll just put it on there for now.
And the art, what is happening? Why is this so good?
All right, then we'll play a Nature's Path Pilgrimage. My next weapon is +3, and if it hits, I get to put something from top into my arsenal.
Okay.
Pay 1, swing with the Dawn Blade at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Cool. All right.
What's up, Chris? It's going well. I see if Zach can hit a last-minute fireball. It's like that whenever you drop a grenade in Halo right when you die.
Because your blade's going to have how many after this?
It's just any damage attack, and then it will go again if this hits. I think. Or maybe I didn't get to do that. No, it won't. It will not go again.
Nothing has go again?
Nothing will make that go again. But I will drop something in from my arsenal. Just a big swing.
All right, we will do this. I'm going to block for 6, and then you get reactions.
I don't have any reactions.
All right, I'm going to Fate Foreseen to make it an 8, and it has Opt 1.
Okay. How is it? You like it?
I like it a lot, yeah. Okay, it's going to stay.
Oh, bummer.
So I'm blocking for 8.
Okay, so if it hits, I draw a card. That's not happening. If it hits, I put something on the top. That's not happening.
You got wizarded.
It didn't hit. Somehow you found a bunch of armor. There are very things happen. Okay, we'll throw this here. We'll hold on to
Oh,
this.
hold on.
Oh,
Before we get to the end phase.
That's right. We
I have
gotta
an
do
instant
instance. You gotta do the
check.
annoying
You pass
part of the
your
game.
whatever, yeah. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use Kano's ability instant. I'm going to pay for it with my blue Voltic bolt. So I got to banish this card. Then I'm going to instant my energy potion to generate 2 resources. Then I'm going to pay 1 to use here for +1 damage. Then I'm going to pay 1 for Scalding Rain, which is hitting for 5 arcane damage. Right?
So we'll block 2 and take 3. So down to 1, which is death.
I mean, I have no cards in hand, so...
Yeah, but you're about to draw it.
No, that was the end of your turn.
Yeah, but you'll just pass, is what I mean. You'll pass and draw up, and then you'll kill me on my turn. I can only block 2, right? So,
if I have damage, yeah. So end of my turn, I'll draw.
and you can dig for it too, is the thing.
Well, the problem is, to do that, I have to hit off the top of my deck.
Yeah, that's the old wizard problem, right?
That is the wizard problem. But if this is... I'm just basically living off the top of my deck right now.
That's right. Okay. Check this out. Okay. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Okay, let's start here.
Although I enabled all your less health cards.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so let's play Warrior's Valor blue. I'm going to drop Plunder Run blue to pay for it. So I've got 2 floating. Next weapon attack gets +1, and if it hits, it gains Go Again. So that would be a 3. Then we'll play Iron Song Determination to give it another +1. It's yellow, Iron Song Determination yellow. And against Dominate, the next weapon attack. Then I'll pay 1 for a Dawnblade.
This is a 5 damage.
5 with Dominate, yeah.
Dominate. Okay.
If it hits, I will get to go again, yeah.
All right, I have no defense cards.
Okay, reactions.
I'm going to play a red... red Sink Below. That's what that is. It's in all my decks. Red Sink Below. So it's a 4.
Okay.
And I get to put a card on the bottom of my deck and draw a card.
Okay.
So I'll put this on bottom. And I'll draw and hope it wasn't. Okay, good.
Okay. Any other shenanigans?
I'm blocking for 4.
All right. I have no shenanigans
I
on
take
top.
1.
Take 1. So it does have Go Again.
I'm just waiting until the last moment where I have to do it, because I need you to have no cards in hand. That way if I hit anything, I can just win.
That's right. Then we'll do a 0-cost Fervent Forerunner, played from Arsenal, so it has Go Again. 2 costs, if it hits, I opt 2.
Oh, dang it. Oh, let's get this pony show on the road. I can instant right here, right?
This pony on the road.
Yeah, I can instant before I put defense cards in, right?
Yeah, hold on, let me look at the chart.
Right, give me the compendium.
To the chart. All right, so I just played an action. So then I can play any number of instants. Once I pass that priority, you can play any number of instants, and then if you pass that priority, we start resolving.
All right, I'm going to use Kano's ability.
Down to defense.
I'm going to look at the top card of my deck.
Yeah. Is the wizard sad?
Wizard sad. Okay, this is in for 2?
Connor's calling you out. Is Zach proxying on stream?
Yep.
Yes.
Is that a 2?
That's a 2.
All right, I'm going to block 2.
Okay.
Simple. It has to go again though, right?
It does have Go Again, yes. Interesting. Ooh, it gains +1 and dominate until end of turn. That's actually extremely relevant. Card's good.
Which one?
The Iron Song Determination, yellow. +1 and dominate until end of turn.
Yeah.
so that's nice. I'm one short.
You know, in the book, she goes by Theo. I just remember
this
that.
changes everything. I don't know. Can you 1 to send a 4 damage with dominate at you?
Block with 3.
All right,
Take one.
in. I got 1 token now though. End phase. Where's the any key? Okay. Just keep digging, man.
I may as well take a shot at it. I'm going to use my Robe of Rapture.
Yeah.
It's an action, gain 3, and then I'll use Kano's instant 3 to look at the top card of my deck. So if it was a free card, I could play it, but I can't. And
Do you have any free spells?
I already knew, yeah, Zap. Okay. I already knew what it was, so I shouldn't have done it.
Just don't do it.
But it's fine.
Wizard
In the
will
round,
get in
I draw
your
my
head,
cards.
Man. Wizard will get in your head, you know?
All right. 1-1.
Ugh, this is ugly.
I like hearing that. All I need to do is have any cards going into my turn.
That's right.
That's great.
Turn cards is what we got to keep you off of here. We're gonna find the right mix.
You have a token, yeah. Okay.
We're gonna find the right mix of things. All right, I'm gonna pay 1 for Nature's Path Pilgrimage.
Hey, you're doing some cool stuff with this deck. That's all I'm saying.
It's very cool. Yeah.
I feel like against not wizard, it would be better.
It might be cool. It might be real cool. Generate 3 there.
So +2.
+2 to the next weapon attack. So we can swing in for 6, of course. Or we cannot.
We were swinging.
Or we could try to play into the next round, you know what I mean? You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel me? Oof. See, oof. Actually. Eee. Yikes. Okay, let's pay 1, swing in for 6. Boop.
I need to not take any. I'll put a 2 in.
Defense reaction? Pay for that one?
Oh, wait, that's a defense reaction.
Yeah,
I have
it
to
is.
do that.
But that other card that's blank, you can just make it whatever you want. You can block for 5 if you wanted to.
Oh, that's so good.
Chris
Okay, let's do
Ainsworth,
this.
thoughts on the new Taylor Swift album? It's phenomenal.
It is.
I really dig it.
Phenomenal. All right, we're going to block with a 2.
Okay, reactions, I have none.
Then I'm going to put the 4 sink below in.
Okay, cool. That's very convenient.
Put
man.
this on there. What would be really funny is if I had like 10 of those.
Any instance at the end of this thing?
Oh, you know it, man.
Yeah?
I'm going downtown in a second. Are you done with your? You're going.
I'm done with the things that matter, yeah.
I don't think I can technically ask that. You know.
I passed my action.
All right, we'll use Kano's instant here.
I'm just looking for a zap, man. Come on. Where's that zap?
Now we'll leave it.
Ooh.
All right, my turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop one into Arsenal and roll up. Roll up. Oof. Oof. Awful. Put all the bad cards in here. Yes, Chris, it's better than Reputation. Well, it depends. I mean, it's a totally different album. So like, it's a essentially piano orchestra, not orchestra, but piano and strings kind of feel, which I like. I think the songwriting, her songwriting has always been great. She doesn't have the strongest voice, obviously, but her songwriting is great. And it's just a beautiful album. Lyrics are good, stories are good. It's not overproduced, obviously, so she kind of went down that path for a while. Why are the wizard games so weird?
I know, right?
Because it feels like you're against a wizard and you just have no idea what you're doing.
Okay. Cool. have to find a way to do a damage.
You do, and there's like a million ways.
My head.
There's a million ways. A million ways to do what?
Let's put this in Arsenal.
Oh no.
And then let's just draw.
Dang. You're coming back in, not,
I'm going to get you.
You may well. You may well. Okay. Let's do Flock of the Featherwalkers. We're going to pay for that with an energy potion, generate 3. So I've got 2 sitting on here. Get a quicken token at some point in this chain. Technically not yet. We'll do it properly. Playing this, passing priority to you.
All right, this is a 4. Let's just start where all good things start. We're going to do Kano's ability.
Yeah, right? Kill.
There it is. Okay, I'll put it over here.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily over yet. Then I'll play it.
What are you talking about?
It's a wizard action, so I can play it. So I'm going to play Stir the Aether Winds as an instant.
Mm-hmm.
I have 1 left, and it says I can play my next wizard attack action card this turn as though it were an instant, and if it has an effect that deals arcane damage instead, it deals that much +1.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will play as an instant. I'll pay 1 as an instant for +1.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's a total of +2. Then I'm going to zap as an instant for 5.
Right. You don't really need to boost it or anything, You just got to do 3.
I don't know what you got.
There's no conceivable way. I don't think I can block it. Yeah. You did it.
Oh my god, that's taxing.
That's why nobody plays it, right?
So someone was saying I could have had it there if I popped that, but I actually couldn't have. My top 3 cards didn't do damage. So I had the card I had in my hand my brain was hurting was Whisper of the Oracle.
Mm-hmm.
So I could basically play it to opt 2, and if either of those, I knew the top one wasn't it, but if the second one could actually do damage, then I could pop this to use this to play it. Mm-hmm. But it wouldn't have mattered.
So so honestly, can you do full null run? Is there null run on all slots?
I think so. I think you can arcane barrier every spot.
If there's arcane barrier, I think you just have to. You got to do it. There's no effect that's more powerful than
pay 1,
damage
cancel the
prevention
damage.
the whole game. I think that's really too important.
I do think the magic number
It's 3?
is 3. That's a good joke. That's a good joke.
I like the ones that come out of nowhere, yeah.
I didn't mean it. It just happened.
Oh yeah, that's true. You could play Sigil of Solace too against Wizard. That's a good way to block 3 damage, just instant gain 3 health.
Oh yeah.
Because you could go on the deep dive of all wizards and go into the Nether region.
But according to the chart, right, once you pass instance to me,
you can chain as many as you want.
So
until you pass it back.
That whole chain I just did for 5, you would have had to have Sigil of Solace on your turn. I think the other one is the you had it in your short stack, but it's the red version of it is 4, like it prevents the next 4 damage you would take.
Yeah, the Enchanting Aura, yeah.
So that's a good one there. That's also a good way just to take your first action to put that
I probably would put that one in this deck anyway. So there's a lot of things that I would put in this, swap some things around. There are some things that were working and conceivably that were working in my head and some things that weren't.
Yeah.
But I think you definitely have to have the go again on Dawnblade. And I think the switch with this kind of a build is rather than having Dawnblade get built up, you threaten the Dawnblade. If they don't block it, great, you go again with it and you can get a token, maybe try for that. Or, oh, that's right, yeah, Ryan's right. So you put all those instances on the stack, then I get to put any instance on the stack, and then we resolve 1, go down, resolve 1, go down. So I think you need to have Dawnblade as much go again as possible.
I do like if it has go again opening with it.
I love opening with
Just
it, right?
3.
And it's okay, you block it, but then it's okay, now I'm coming in with these weird go again side attacks that don't revolve anything around the Dawnblade.
Yeah,
and there were some moments where that would have been sick.
You're basically just waiting them out.
Yeah.
Because it's like Scar for a Scar, then you played, if you get 2 go agains and the first Dawnblade attack, I'm either taking a bunch of damage or I'm letting you get that second Dawnblade attack.
Or you're taking a bunch of, and the cool thing is these silly, Fervent Forerunner is a great example of this. This is one of those cards that okay, so you block the Dawnblade, and then I play Fervent Forerunner from the arsenal. And it's it's not it's just free effects. You almost guarantee those effects are hitting because like you've already spent your blocks for the turn.
Or it's like you either get up to or you take a card out of my hand. Like
Right.
if this said opt to or your opponent discards a card from their hand,
And most importantly, it's got to go again.
100%.
So you just keep chaining these little
I like
attacks
that
after
idea,
the down blade.
and-
I'd like to investigate that further.
I also really, I mean, one thing to look at too is like leaning heavier into, does it matter or not, but leaning heavier into the zeros.
I totally agree. I think that's a way to build this deck.
Because you basically need 2 resources here, and you need whatever gets that go again. And then it's all this, because you could technically run Scar for a Scar other colors. You could run this instead of the other card in like a different color as well, the Fervent Forerunner.
Yeah, I could run red,
You
red,
could get,
yellow.
Yeah, you could get
red, yellow, blue.
those
if you
free
wanted.
attacks real easy.
I love that idea, honestly. I really do love that idea. It's a good one. I like it. I like it a lot. And then if you manage to get the Plunder Run into those cheap 0-cost attacks, you're just drawing cards.
Yeah.
It's really
And
nice.
if you have a bunch of 0 attacks that do go again.
Like Scar the Battleskip's a great example, right? So like this is an idea of a deck that is basically the blade and then all 0-cost attacks that are just like sneaking through effects that make you better.
Yeah.
And just little bits of damage. It almost plays wide like a ninja deck almost. I could see it doing it like
It's
that.
just a different style. And I think that other things to think about there too is like basically disguising what's in your arsenal. So
Yeah.
it's either the 0 attack or it's the Plunder Run stuff. Or I would also look at some of the defensive reactions. Specifically so I don't know. This deck's a
I've
little
got Steel
different.
Blade in here.
But like, yeah, exactly. But you have like the sink below 0. So like another 0 that like, I know you can play it from Arsenal for free, everything.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it's offense or defense or like what it's going to look like.
I love the idea of these tiny, stupid attacks, and and then all of a sudden they have go
Push the
again from the
point.
arsenal, and then it's like, here's a 6 for 1. It's like, oh, that's a good exchange.
Yeah, and again, if you just put pressure on their cards, like that's a pretty good defense. Ryan's saying I think Zach needs Rifting if he doesn't run it. So it was on my short list. My problem with Rifting is that it's an attack that can be blocked, and then that's your action that you're doing. So
You didn't do a single action that entire game, did you?
on my turn, I had a couple wizard action turns. Like my opening turn was just taking the action instead. But I think Rifting is definitely on my short list. So I'll look at it. I need to play a lot more with this deck before I'm.
You have to jam like 60 games of Wizard before you can even think about how to
But
play
you can
it.
see like it just puts weird pressure on.
It
And,
feels
like,
wizardy. I mean, you gotta love it.
I also
Just like the archer feels archery.
it makes me really
funny.
appreciate the sideboard of the regular constructed,
Mm-hmm.
which is like because there's cards that if you had to just build a 60 card deck and that's what you were playing, this deck would be a problem because like you either have Arcane Barrier or you don't. If you don't, I just demolish you.
Yep.
But that ability to flex, where it's like there's even items that give you Arcane Barrier. So when you have a 20 card, like you get to choose 20
Yeah.
to donate in your deck. It's like you can literally have your equipment and also 30% of your deck change based on who you're playing
You know,
against.
that's weird. That actually makes me think. So if you imagine that that's the case, that the development team knows that you can bring in all of the anti-arcane stuff, then they have to be balancing these decks around your opponent having that stuff, right? Which means that in Blitz, Wizard should be amazing
Well,
because you can't flex those slots.
you have the armor flex.
Yeah.
So
But
everyone
like
should
in a normal game, I can swap out Steelblade Shunt for Enchanting Melody,
Yeah.
right? And put in the +3 health instance. So like in standard constructed, I guess I would say, what is Wizard losing compared to everybody else when it goes to Blitz?
I mean, I think they have 15 health.
Yeah.
That's the like.
Yeah, just less time.
It's like you don't have time to get going.
Yeah, that might be right.
So you can blitz them out, but they should any deck like we with our Bravo and our Azalea deck, we both had 10 damage turns quick.
yeah. Yeah.
So like,
that's true.
I mean, that 5 health is actually a lot in this format. But I think about that from a design perspective though. We haven't seen a game use a sideboard that aggressively. And so it's like
beautiful.
Both knowing that there's answers and people don't have to collect decks up with it, but then also as a Kano player, I have to respect the fact that everyone is going to have Arcane. Like, it's not, I've gone to tournaments where it's like, I'm playing Hanrei, so anyone on this deck just loses to me.
Yeah.
It's like, that's my
Yeah.
easy matchup.
Yeah.
I don't even need a tech against it. It's like, I can just ignore it because it's just so naturally in my favor. That never happens in this game.
But, okay, then does that mean that the Wizard decks need to be running standard attacks as well?
That's what I'm saying.
Because, like, do you run Scar for a Scar? Do you run...
so Life for a Life and Scar for a Scar are on my... Because you start with less health.
Yeah, those kinds of things, yeah.
Immediately there. But and I think that those are totally great cards in this. They're just cheap little free attacks, basically. But the interesting thing is, like, almost every card has a defense value. So, like, the attacks are always as blockable as anything else.
Yeah.
So it's kind of interesting, right? Like,
it is, yeah, it really is. But it also means that gives you something. So if you take the tempo, basically, if you take command of the game, and you can launch like that Scar for a Scar or whatever, and you get 1 card out of my hand, and then I go into my next turn with 3 cards. If I play an attack, I'm now down to 2 cards, and if I pitch a card to pay for that attack, I'm down to 1 card, and now your instance, because I'm 1 card short, now maybe I can't generate the money for the null run stuff.
Yeah, well, and that's what's weird is, like, if you had Arcane Barrier 3, 1 blue card blocks 3 of it, and, like, I have to string things together to do more than 3. Like, there's one card that does 4.
And that's pretty standard, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Because, like, normally you pitch 1 card to block 3 damage. And with Wizard, you pitch 1 blue card to block 3 damage. But if you don't have a blue card, now you're pitching 2 cards to block 3 damage.
Yeah, or, like, if you have a yellow, it blocks 2. So that it just turns your resource into your defense stat, right? I think the main thing Wizard's doing in that regard, right, once you do the math, that's what I started realizing, is it's the same math.
Yeah.
Like, it's very similar math as long as they have Arcane, which means the actual difference is they had to switch armor from things that give them something to just Arcane armor, right?
Right.
Normally you have armor that's like gain 3 resources if you hit with it, or gain 2 resources if you hit with an attack, or your next non-attack card gets go again. It's like you don't have those fun abilities where the armor against Wizard. It's like, no, you just have to have armor, or you have to have like Arcane.
So it's like blank defense cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they can't do anything on the offense for you.
And the defensive reactions get a lot worse.
Way worse.
But that's good because I love the defensive reactions, and like I'm at the point where it's like 8 to 10 of my 40 cards are defense reactions when I'm building, and this is going to make me question that.
Yeah.
Because like that, it'll fall apart to this.
That's the problem. Like in Blitz, you really can't, right? Because if you come up against Kano and half of your deck is unusable, what are you going to do?
It's bad.
What are you going to do?
They're still resources. So, but that's where like
probably one yellow or blue.
My favorite
split the goalposts on
Sink Below as an example is red. But that's a one damage cancel against Kano. But I like that balance.
Yeah.
Where it's like both Kano's putting pressure on certain decks, and also inversely, it's like different levels of pressure across the board, and he's playing in a different way, which is a Wizard. I mean, like it's just a very cool design.
Feels like a Wizard, doesn't it? All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for joining us. This has been super fun. Flesh and Blood continues to enthrall and excite, I would say. It's a very fascinating game, a ton of fun. And we're going to be looking, so we're kind of doing a little mini-series. We haven't really marketed it that way, but we've been looking at a lot of different dueling games in the past week, and we'll continue that moving forward. So we checked out Dragon Ball last week.
The Dragon Ball Z
that was
CCG
cool. So like you
Score.
have 2 characters and they're fighting, right? So we're checking that out. We're checking out UFS this Friday. So that's another how our companies and designers handling a 1v1 duel. Wasn't there one other one that we played recently? I feel like there was. I'm thinking of Exceed, but we haven't done that one on camera yet, I don't think. No other dueling games?
I'm trying to think about what we did last week.
I feel like
you were gone last week.
Okay. You just did Flesh and Blood then. So we're checking out UFS, and then I think there's one more coming up, if I'm not mistaken. I'll have to check the schedule. But it's cool. It's cool to see like all the different ways that you have 2 entities fighting against each other and how that's been done in card games in the past. So absolutely fascinating. Thanks for being here, Zach. Take him out. I'm gonna start
get everything prepped.
Get my wireless mouse running here.
All right. Well, if you weren't aware, tomorrow we're doing a Song of Ice and Fire miniatures game from CMON. Thursday we're doing Arkham Horror on FarcomCon. That's going to be fun. This week is also Gen Con, so there's going to be a lot of stuff going on at Gen Con digitally. I know that FFG has their in-flight report. A bunch of publishers are probably going to be announcing stuff. So this week's podcast probably going to be really interesting, and check it out.
And one more thing, more stock coming in for Flesh and Blood, probably as early as the end of this week or next week about this time too. So just get on that wait list. We keep trying to get more and more boxes because they keep selling.
But
As we get more, they sell faster. So
I think that's awesome.
we can't complain, but we do want everybody to have product if we can get it to you. So stick in there, and we'll keep going as long as we can with the promo bundles and all of that to make sure everybody gets it. That once they may run out, we'll just have to cross that bridge when we get there. But thanks so much for all the support. It's amazing. It warms our heart. And like I said, it really, literally keeps Covenant on the air and doing what we do. So you're driving it. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Stay safe, and we'll catch you next time.